shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my kind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I be kinda greatest.
Mabuhay Pilipinas! And to every Mobile Legends Bang Bang fan from around the world. We started with 16 teams. And after 11 grueling days of intense battles, we are down to the final 4. 4 great teams, but only one will be better than great. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your M5 World Championship. My name is Mikey Reyes. People call me Tito Mikey. And it's about to be a crazy day. Later today, it'll be the much-awaited matchup between the Sky Kings of ONIC and the Filipino champions APBR. But for now, yesterday, we saw 2 unbelievable comebacks. One from the team that is considered to be the dark horse of this tournament, EECA DEVU. And the other from the hometown heroes, performing in front of all their agents, the Blacklist International. And today, they go head to head. Can Renegade lead his team to the next phase? Or will Kit Bomba have anything to say about it? Can DEVU continue this Cinderella run? Or will Blacklist International break the code? Fasten your seatbelts, people. It's about to be a great series. Talents from all around the world. It's time.
And it's just a matter of time before we begin arguably the most taxing day, emotionally tolling, physically demanding day in all of MLBB esports this year. Welcome to the M5 World Championships Stage 2 knockouts. At your service, my name is Leo, here with my good friend Wolf. We're coming at you live from the Rizal Memorial Coliseum with a capacity crowd opening up day 2. How you doing, man?
You know, I'm doing great. I think the weather is not that nice, but I'm sure that inside the stadium, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be intense. It's gonna be a combination of intense battles as well as good storylines, dude.
It has been set already by the lovely Mikey. And with that, from all around the world, we welcome you to the broadcast. Whether you're rooting for DEVU or a Blacklist International, well, it's been a wild ride. Let's look back at the previous days of competition and see how exactly we got here via the daily recap. Check this out.
Stage.
The reveal of the M5 main stage also saw 2 intense series that sent 2 more teams home, while the tournament is now down to the final 4. The showdown between the agents and the geeks started off as fierce as it can get.
Flickers back, OHEB in trouble now. Baloo comes in with the bravest fighter and finds 2. Blacklist International crumbling under Geek right now.
With the Indonesian squad taking the first game.
And Geek Fam against the odds take game number 1.
Blacklist International reverted by staging an epic comeback.
Boys inside with a wild charge, knock up onto Edward. Luke into the backside with the bravest fighter, looking for OHEB. Gets a stun, the wave, oh! He goes down. Luke! Now it's Luke against the world. Parky looking for some free shots. No way, Luke goes down. Oh as well. Blacklist to turn the game around and take the second Lord. And Blacklist International takes game number 2.
And the series was tied 1-1. The agents did it again as their patience paid off, claiming the win and reaching match point.
Don't want to stop here. Netherrealm is still in play, but there comes the Nolan's Fury.
A boy!
Back Edward able to find a boy. Marking to the backside with a blazing duet. Bloisky goes down. Luke is going to be next on the top of the block.
Who gets
Edward
it?
picks up the double. Kyle trying to get the play, so he takes it from his fingers.
And it was down to the Hitman's Estes, the signature Ube of Blacklist International, to send the Geeks home. The Cambodian champions did what they do best, attack and never look back.
And they're all smashed against the wall. 4 members of Deus Vault taken out.
Despite a valiant defense by Sunset Lover, See You Soon prevails.
Sunset Lover doing everything he can, but they're gonna get the final shot. No way. We'll move on and take game number 1.
The Sooners continued their aggression and cornered Deus Volt from the start.
Or is going to get the knock-up on Asari on Felix. With the crossbow, Tank's ready to unload once again. Madison going to go down. Who's able to pick up the kill? Sawo finally getting 4-man knock-up. Felix in the midst of the ball. Sawo trying to get away, but he can't. Sorry, Felix picks up the kill. And now Kid Baba will fall next. Felix with the double. Sunset Lover all alone once again. Going to go down. A triple kill for Kusei.
After over 30 minutes of non-stop skirmishes, Deus Volt showed that they were not done yet.
Sawo looks for the kill Carby there as well, and down goes MP. DEVU, move forward.
Magister unleashed his real potential by shutting down MP the King again and again and again.
But still, ultimate pool. Magister able to lock on again with a violent requiem. Sawo also going to come in with an Owen's Fury.
And the Bomba mentality helped EECA to extend the series. It is Rise of the West as Deus Volt completed the reverse sweep with their signature Diggy Pick.
The base down, the base drops, and the sunset closes on See You Soon as the Dark Knights rise.
We are now down to the last 2 days of M5. We are so close to witnessing the crowning of the new world champions.
Back-to-back bangers yesterday, bringing us the play of the day, presented by Kidia. We're awarding it over to Luke with his perfect final slash against Blacklist International.
Yeah, he said it perfectly off cam. Book of Luke, Chapter 1, how to play the Lapu-Lapu, but this is Chapter 2, how to play the Arlet. With a wonderful gameplay of the final slash, catching up the members of Blacklist. Unfortunately, they lost the series, but it was a wonderful play for sure.
That's right. And that's how they ended up dropping in the hands of Blacklist in yesterday's matchup. 3-1. It was followed by what seemed to be an epic for Deus Vult, going 3-2, knocking down See You Soon. And now we have this opener. The hometown heroes in Blacklist going up against See You Soon, and we're waiting on a match from the upper bracket later on. Wolf, again, I gotta ask you, is this how you expected this last stage of the knockouts to be?
Well, I guess at least at the last stage, right? When after going to RMC, we kind of pictured what the matches could be. I'm pretty sure that DEVU can win against See You Soon. Blacklist, obviously, they're the hometown heroes. You know, I want to sound smart. Yeah, this is something that I kind of expected, you know. Come on.
You're saying you know that Deus Volt would go this deep. You're saying that they would be at the cusp of maybe ending Blacklist International's lower bracket run. Talk to me about that, because that's the first match coming up. What is Blacklist looking like to you, given that yesterday they went 4 games against Geek Fam, but it wasn't as easy as it looked?
It wasn't. But the thing is, the fact that they have that was technically what, 4 games that Geek were able to get the first game, the early game, I mean.
Right.
And DEVU and the Blacklist International won against all of those. So how do I feel about Blacklist International? Oh man, they're back. They're bringing back the M3 form that when after going down to the lower bracket, they're gonna just steamroll through.
Makes for quite the documentary, if you know what I'm talking about. One more time, looking at the knockout stage brackets. We've seen so many teams say goodbye already. We're down to the final 4. So we've cut down effectively in half the teams remaining in the M5 World Championship stage. And with that said, it all comes down to this, a best of 5 coming back.
Yeah.
Deus Vult, the Dark Knights of the M5 World Championships. What makes them so deadly here? What makes them an actual threat against the M3 World Champions?
Number one, they are, I guess, in a way, their macro is not the same as usual teams that you've seen.
Different.
It's different, right? For lack of a better term, it's different, right? Second is, they fight and fight and fight no matter what, right? It's a... I would get this term from another MOBA. It's DEVU Gaming. It's perfect for their region where they just rush ahead on. They would just take what they wanted. You know, DEVU Gaming at its finest.
So with that said, this might be the age where DEVU Gaming, a different kind of approach to the game, just changes. And is that not perfect for Blacklist International's history? Because they also changed the game wherein they invented the ube. Is there an ube from other MOBAs? Is there an ube from other esports?
Interesting.
Right?
You know?
Because it might be Blacklist who actually pushes the envelope in that sense.
That's right. I completely agree. I don't think I know of any that kind of playstyle. And Blacklist are the masters of it, for sure.
Only in MLBB, only on the world stage, only in the M series. And with that said, I would love to see a vibe check. I want to know what these teams are looking like as they step into the stadium, as they make their way into Rizal Memorial Coliseum, given that they know they have a capacity crowd waiting for them. They have all of the agents, all of the fans traveling from all around the world to see them in action, specifically the young mid-lane magician, Yue. Yue here, average kills, relatively low for a mage of this current metagame, but Wolf, talk to me. Tell me about what Yue is doing that's making it work for Blacklist.
He's a different flavor from the mid lane. For the past iterations of the Ultimate Bonding experience with Haji as well as Omavino sometimes, and what they do is they kind of play passively, but Yue plays aggressively, very distinct from the other mid laners that you've seen ever from Blacklist International.
And now stepping into the arena, we have Sunset Lover from Deus Vult, an M-Series veteran, showing us exactly that it's not just one Lilia superstar in the World Championships this year. He is a threat. He actually won with not just the Lilia, but with a gourd yesterday. Exactly. You saw that gourd game?
I saw it. I believe that he was also able to just... I think it was the best KDA, right, during that moment. But I'm kidding. I mean, if you're going to be looking at that game and how Sunset Lover played it with the gourd, it was very, very smart and calculated. Like, if you really dial in and dive in and become a nerd about it, it looks really, you know, something that he's prepared for, something that he played so smartly. And I'm very impressed about how Sunset Lover played that gourd.
I'm sure it wouldn't be possible without the ROG Phone 6. It's M5's official gaming phone, and it packs the game-winning power of Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 chipset with a class-leading game Cool 6 thermal system that lets you break every limit. It also comes with a spectacular 165 Hz AMOLED display and a monster 6,000 milliamp hour battery life to power through your gaming needs. Check out DEVU doing their ping checks with the ROG Phone 6. Wolf, I won't lie to you. Last night I tried to play the way Sunset Lover did on that gourd, and I did pretty well. I mean, given there wasn't a Yuzhong, there wasn't as hard of a lineup in my face, but I was rocking the ROG Phone 6. It works wonders.
Was it Naisu approved?
Yeah, he was watching. He was constantly over my shoulder saying, but I won.
But you won, which is what matters. And I think we're going to see more heroes like that. I think that we're going to be diving deeper into the bag of tricks of the teams right now, particularly for Blacklist International. So far, what we've seen yesterday are their usual picks. If you're going to be looking at their heroes, there wasn't any like surprise picks, right? So I'm pretty sure that against DEVU, a team that plays the gourd, that plays the Diggy, for example, eventually the Dyroth, right? These heroes, they just challenge the hero pool for sure of Blacklist International.
That's right. And again, despite this being a David versus Goliath matchup, as Wolf said, bringing their own brand of macro, bringing DEVU Gaming to MLBB. It's up to the code breakers to decode the Dark Horse. I actually am also quite curious because Mirko and I yesterday tried to figure out there's no way this is happening. There's no way that after Game 3, momentum is more than enough to swing this towards Deus Volt. Because even in the draft, Game 5, you saw how they kinda, again, with Coach Fly Solo manning the draft here, forced them into picking the Hayabusa. So
Exactly.
they forced them to play their meta.
Exactly. I believe that the drafting is a big part, massive part of how Deus Volt was very successful. You can see it's not about the heroes that they pick up, right? It's not about countering heroes. It's about the order of picks that they will do it. Sometimes they put a Diggy last, sometimes they put it first. Even the Minotaur, like the order that DEVU plays and drafts around their composition, that is how they were able to actually win the games.
That's right, and now it's up to the Hitman and the crew to figure out exactly what's going on. Where is this bomba mentality coming through? How do we stop the Bobentum? Do you allow this?
The momentum, I allow it. I allow
Okay.
it. Because that's perfect. That is actually one of the perfect pictures that we can paint when we saw game number 5 or the best of 5 series yesterday. It was just about that momentum. Kid Bomba called game. He called 3-2 after game 3.
He
called
prophesized
game,
it.
man.
He saw it. He predicted the outcome.
Exactly.
He manifested it.
Yeah, that's a different level of intelligence that you can see from a young guy, 18 years old, and already proving himself in the international stage.
He's amazing, this Greek-German athlete. Again, at the lead for Deus Volt is the veteran Savo and Sunset Lover. On the other camp, the other corner, it's the Hitman. And again, the youngest iteration of Blacklist there has ever been in their entire run. And they're this close to doing it again, Wolf.
Exactly.
They're this close to reaching the peak of MLBB esports.
They just need to win 2 more series and they're in the grand finals once again. Looks and sounds easy, but I'm sure the Blacklist is up to the task. It will be the veteran Savo from the side of Deus Volt to kind of stop them. And the thing is, if you're looking at Ready J himself, right? I was able to talk to Benny Cutie. Of
Sorry,
course,
you were saying.
this is not a shrine, but we'll make it a shrine. Benny Cutie, you know him, world champion.
That's right.
Obviously one of the best goldeners out there. He said that Renny J is a good mixture of catch-type roamers as well as sustained roamers. Best of both worlds.
How do you stop the Hitman with that? How is this
can't.
real? How is he playing with that kind of hero pool? We'll go to the desk to get the action started. Let's get it on.
Big thanks to the animals, Leo and Wolf. We are moments away from the lower bracket semi-final match between the Codebreakers, Blacklist International, and the dark horse turned full-fledged powerhouse from EECA, Deus Volt. My name's Trex, alongside with the legendary Mirko and the best caster, LaFell. How are you guys doing today? Mirko, are you ready for this?
I think the crowd has made me ready, right? Even
Oh,
when
yeah.
I wasn't ready earlier, the cheers, the love given over by the PH crowd here, it's been phenomenal.
For me, I'm hyped. But again, the audience here, are you guys ready for an amazing match? They're hyped, man. I'm hyped.
We're hyped.
Definitely very hype. But before we get too hype, I just got to let you guys know the M5 World Championship is powered by Moonton, presented by Kadia, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, the official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Thank you to our lovely sponsors. M5 wouldn't be possible without your support.
A special shout out as well to Kadia, our global presenting partner. Kadia is a giga project, a city that is being built in Saudi Arabia. It is the future capital of entertainment, sports, and culture.
Mirko, do you want to know a secret?
What's the secret?
Okay, I'm just gonna whisper it to
Tell
you.
me.
The Secret Lab chair can get you ahead of the competition. With the Secret Lab Titan Evil Gaming Chair, you guys can get the mythical honor, mythical glory. You hear the crowd, they want to be mythic. Booyah!
I mean, hey, I thought it was supposed to be a secret, man.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Are they hype? Are they that hype just about the chair?
They heard the
Or did
secret.
someone just walk in?
I think Blacklist just walked in, but also the chair.
It's the chair. It's definitely the chair. Now, one last thing. The M5 Pass is still ongoing. Unlock Yuzong's M5 exclusive Dragon Shade skin and Prime Cosmic Dragon skin when you buy the M5 Pass. Accomplish all activity tasks to reach level 75 for free. A ton of M5 exclusive rewards are also waiting for you. Get yourself one or gift Mirko one now.
I already got one.
I already got one too.
So
we
just
got,
gift a friend one.
do you have Do you
I'm
have the...
150.
Are you at 150, Lavelle?
No, I'm 75.
Oh, you don't get a dap then, sorry.
You don't get a dap.
Wait,
Not yet. Until you get
175?
150.
Wait, he said 175.
No, 75.
Oh, never mind.
All right.
All right, we got to give it up.
Dude, I'm looking at the players, man. I can't wait. I got my purple buff ready. I want to see the game.
All right, we got some walk-ins coming in. Some very important people. Sometimes the people that go unbeknownst to the rest. But these are the people that keep things secure, keep things safe. This is the Marshal walk-in to officiate the M5 World Championship. We have our Marshals making their way to the stage. They are here to ensure the fairness and integrity of our games. What would we do without them, Mirko?
We wouldn't be able to get those pauses in time to troubleshoot.
Most definitely, but the Code Breakers have proved themselves to be the bane of everyone's lower bracket existence since their iconic M3 run. On the verge of repeating history, Agents, welcome Blacklist International!
This team don't need no introductions. You hear the crowd. They love them. And again, this could be a miracle run. A history in the making since M3.
Now, Blacklist is good, but from the tournament, Dark Horse, to the pride of EECA, was able to transform themselves into a full-fledged powerhouse. One explosive match at a time. Give it up for Deuce Volt Sue!
Every story needs a villain, and Kid Bomba has shown that he can be one here. They go to the crusade, they go to the battle, yelling, Deus Volt!
I love it. The villain art is in prime movement right now. Can they defy this, though?
And now to guide the teams to victory, we have their head coaches and analysts for Blacklist International, Master Basics, as well as Dexstar for Deus Volt, Fly Solo, and Woro WM. Woro no WM.
We got a lot to unpack here, guys. A lot of people have been waiting on this match. Deus Volt yesterday with an insane reverse sweep, proving that they are willing to go the distance, but Blacklist has also been known to go the distance. What is the game plan for these two teams here?
Honestly, looking at both teams, they have a very clear way of playing. For now, we got to talk about the teams individually. Let's talk about Blacklist International, OHEB, Sensui, Edward, UA, as well as Renegade. We saw UA just now, and here's the thing. Give this guy a carry hero, and he will carry your team. Him on the Valentina, let me tell you, man, that's a very scary comp when it's just one hero.
Definitely a very scary comp. I mean, Blacklist International in total right now, so many of their players have been showing up, have been making it onto base, have been making plays. I feel like each game it's Renegade, next game it's Yue, Edward, OHEB even had some amazing Claude games, but Deus Volt as well have been doing an amazing job, Mirko.
And it's very visible to see, even yesterday, when a lot of eyes are set only on Kid Bomba, we were reminded yesterday by the whole team that it isn't a one-man show. Sunset Lover proved to be one of, if not the best Lilias after the performances up against Fireflux, and just yesterday, the reverse sweep going consistent. And even when the Lilia was banned out, even when he didn't get his comfort picks, forced onto a gourd of all picks, he made it work, and he popped off.
Let me just say, if Sunset Lover wasn't a Mobile Legends player, he would be a goalkeeper, man. How many times has he made that single play to protect the base, man? 1 against 3, 1 against 4, it doesn't matter the odds. Sunset Lover will prevent an end from the opponent team.
Most definitely. And taking a look at some of these stats, I mean, they're honestly very close. The underdog team matching them almost in KDA. The hero pool, though, is something important. DEVU with 25, 5 more unique picks than Blacklist International.
And with that, it becomes really interesting, the dynamic in the draft itself. We've seen Blacklist International, they like to take their time into these series, right? Just yesterday as well, against Geek Fam, game number 1, they took it more of an experimental run. They try to be creative with their picks, utilizing the Fredrin as a flex pick in the early phase of the draft, but then ending it up a bit too creative, I would say, right? Geek Fam then was given the opportunity to completely steamroll them, but then the adaptation starts. When that starts, it's quick. They can adapt to tempo, gameplay, and most importantly, the draft. They stick to their basics with Master the Base talent prediction.
All right, we do have a quick talent prediction, and things are actually a little mixed up here. Mirko, 3-0 to Blacklist.
I can hear the people already.
They're
You guys
pretty
see
angry.
this?
They're upset. Why did you do this, Mirko?
They're like throwing, no.
Okay. Yesterday, I said 3-0 Blacklist, and they won. So, to be fair, like it's not, yeah, right? Right, Lavelle?
I'm not saving you.
Bro, you also predicted Blacklist. You also have a curse.
No.
So are we saying your
No.
curses?
Yeah, when we both work at the same time.
It neutralizes
it
the...
knew.
Okay.
I
No.
saw you, so I went with you.
Okay.
Dab it.
Dab it. All right, so...
Dab it.
But I voted for Deuce Volt. So it helps leverage Deuce Volt.
How's-
because your two curses are combining with my...
How's your prediction rate so far?
It's decent.
It's decent.
It's like 50-50. It's better
All
than
right.
yours.
Yeah, way better than mine.
All right, just to let you guys know, something very important and dear to us. Here comes the TikTok drops. Watch for 3 minutes, and you can win 1 TikTok viewer chest. That's 2 minutes less than before. And now watch for only 5 minutes, and you can win a TikTok's deluxe chest. Have any of you guys actually seen what's in those chests yet?
Dude, let me just
I
say,
heard they're fire.
3 minutes, you get 1 TikTok viewer chest, 5-minute deluxe chest. If you watch for hours, you'll get our hearts.
Ooh. Your heart or like the
I
caster's
said
heart?
hours.
Yeah, but like...
Give your heart. Sasageo.
Sasageo, absolutely. That's exactly what the players are going to be doing here as well.
They're going to give their hearts.
They're going to get their hearts, especially for Blacklist International here, right? I mean, looking at how consistent this team has been, it's interesting to say that if they don't finish top 3, it's kind of a disappointment for the fans, for Blacklist, considering their entire run, ever since M3 as well, they've always made it to the grand finals.
I don't know. One could also say the same thing, though, about Deus Volt's run right now. They're doing such an amazing job. They've had an insane reverse sweep. They've been this dark horse. I think at this point, people are starting to have faith that if there's a team in the lower, well, they're the only team in the lower bracket currently, but if there's a team out of the Asian region, Deus Volt is the one to take down one of the top S tiers, and I think it is definitely possible.
What I'm getting at is basically, right, for Deus Volt, no one expected them to be here. No one. They have no pressure on their shoulders right now.
Mentality
they have the bomb-up mentality, right? Win or lose, they are happy. But obviously, they want to go all the way. Meanwhile, for Blacklist, being the home crowd team, being a team with the achievement, the history like that, M3, Grand Finals, and M4 as well, that consistency, there's a whole lot of pressure that comes with that support.
Hey, I'm glad you guys giving me the time to talk as well as we go into the drafting phase. Where the first game here, Blacklist International going up against Deus Volt, where I will be looking at the roamers. 100% Matilda for Renegade, 100% Sao on the Diggy. I want to see the bands.
I'm definitely excited for our first draft of the night here. We're already seeing some of these bands. Matilda going to be banned out from the side of Deus Volt. A lot of respect for Renegade.
Yep, right now Deus Volt is the first pick, Blacklist International, the second pick, Blacklist going for those jungler bands, betting out the Nolan as well as the Guinevere. Deus Volt betting out the Matilda as well as the 1-1. I'm just going to put my point in as well because you guys were talking about the mentality game. I kind of feel like Blacklist mentality, they don't lose to the same team twice, is going to help them out in this best of 5. Because I feel like in the long series, Blacklist is going to learn much more about their opponents than what their opponents can learn about them.
Definitely possible. I think there's a lot of angles you could come at this. Blacklist, I'm wondering, do they still have anything up their sleeve, and are they going to need to use it here? We saw that DEVU has a little bit of a larger hero pool right now with 25 picks over Black, only showing 20. But it could also mean that Blacklist is willing to just sit. They're very comfortable. They have what they need already, and it's been working very well for them.
At this point, I kind of feel like Farmis is going to be a pretty solid pick here. But again, giving Yue that Valentina is going to be very dangerous because Yue is one of those players that doesn't matter what kind of composition the opponent wants, he'll just take the Valentina just because it's going to serve the team incredibly. So I kind of feel like this is where Deus Volt, they're really considering. Do they want the Farmis? Do they want something else like an Angela?
Or a Lilia, right? Something that they have been able to first pick a lot of times, but they go for the Baksha instead. A pick that kind of gave Blacklist International in the early game up against Geek Fam yesterday when Nile was on it a lot of problems. So maybe that might be the angle of attack for Deus Volt. They want to take control in the early stage and snowball.
So do we think we see a response like the Valentina Bruno here? A lot of things still on. I feel like the Basha pick, yes, it's solid, but it's
we don't see a first pick blue side a whole lot, just because a lot of time there are some power marksmen on the field, there's some power mid laners on the field. I think it's decent, especially like you said, taking it away from Sensui. It gives them some fast pace as well. But how much are they sacrificing just for the Basha here?
I feel like they're trying to threaten Blacklist International to pick up something like the Angela, because the Angela as well as the Baxia is very good tempo play from the early going to the mid. So Blacklist International, it's up to them. They're picking on the Bruno and the Valentina, so they're not staying away from the game plan. Even if there's Volt, they pick up something like a Fireman, something like an Angela, Blacklist is going to have it too. And again, we saw UA on this Valentina. It's Valentina.
Valentina?
Valentina.
Valentina.
I like it. I like it very much.
I don't, but thank you very much.
It's great. It's great. DEVU, on the other hand, still looking for 2 more picks. Do they lock in the marksman now? The Ixia maybe. We saw it last time. Carvey used it great to counter against it. Faramis, solid as well.
At this point, I would kind of pick up the Claude if they're very comfortable with the Claude, but looks like they're going for the Terizla, where again, let me just say one thing. This is the stark difference that both teams' playstyle is. For Blacklist International, they're very comfortable with disengage. They're very comfortable with kiting, and they're very comfortable with a prolonged team fight. One of the reasons why I kind of feel like the Akai is banned out, because the Akai is going to make it very difficult for Deus Volt to start any kind of team fight. So I feel like the ban is dictating the picks here for Deus Volt.
And right now for Blacklist International, right, this is the question now. For Deus Volt, they've already secured a basically trio mid and also that top side, a really strong side. Blacklist, it seems like the question, before I even asked it, was already answered. They want to compete in that trio mid division. They want to try to get neutral objectives as much as possible, and they need to facilitate that with giving a utility pick, a good one to last hit, like the Fredrid for Sensui. Yesterday we saw Akais all throughout. Now it's taken away, so the Fredrid. What do you think about this choice, right? I mean, the Fredrin has fallen hard out of popularity, out of the prio list, and it hasn't really had the best of tournaments so far.
I mean, Sensui has had a good Fredrin, though. Blacklist is one of the same teams that have had decent Fredrin games overall. They're one of the same teams right now that are like falling back to that regularly. Something important to point out, though, Renegade, the heel man, 100% win rate on the Raft right now, and I almost thought they were gonna slot that in before they slotted in the Fredrin. So at this point, I think something important for DEVU, with Renegade not picked up right now, they need to focus hard in that hero pool. I think maybe ban out the Raft here. They decide to go for the Lapu instead. Maybe not a whole lot of fear.
I feel like it's because that's what GeekFam tried to do against Blacklist, and it didn't work.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, I feel like for Blacklist, one of the advantages that they have for Renegade, it is like a Swiss Army knife. He can do it all. He can play a catch hero. He can play a healer hero. At this point, it does become a situation. Going up against the Faramis, the Rafaela is very solid because not a lot of dashes coming in from Deus Volt, so that slow coming in from the Rafaela, it is going to have a difference. But I feel like the moment they see who is going to be their roamer is going to dictate. Is this going to be a Rafaela game? Is this going to be something different, like a Kaja, like a Cho game? So I'm looking at Blacklist International with the lineup that they have. I kind of feel like we need more of the heal man rather than the hit man. And now banning out the Minotaur as well. I don't know. I kind of feel like having something like a Rafa, having something like a Estes would be pretty good.
I think so too, right? For Deus Volt, they have such a big AoE comp already. Going for the Estes, I think the Estes might be a bit more risky, right? Considering there's so much AoE damage and also already some anti-regen built into their composition with that Baksha pick. So something like a Rafaela gets you out, gets you that maneuverability as well. But something else that might come through for Blacklist is that Diggy. We haven't seen it for Blacklist International, but we have seen it from Sawo. It might be also not just a pick that's great for Blacklist, but a good deny pick from Deus Volt.
I think, yeah, and we know Blacklist has that in your kit. You mentioned the Swiss Army knife. I don't think it's anything completely out of their range. Do we jump into game 1 with that, though? Do we deny that immediately? DEVU didn't fall back to the Diggy pick until game 5 last night, and it makes me wonder, like, was that even a pick that they used a whole lot in the past? Was it even a pick that was very important to them, or was it something that just started really kind of hitting fruition for them in the M series? Blacklist International on the gun now, looking for the first pick.
I kind of feel like for that Diggy pick, it's the strongest when you don't expect it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, after 3 games, after 4 games, they're like, oh, Sawa's going to pick this, going to pick that, and all of a sudden he picks a Diggy. He's like, how can we forget about the Diggy? Now the Potato getting picked up here.
You can hear a crowd. That's a signature pick for Agent Zero. Edward Balboa was his nickname at M3.
And having this Paquito on their lineup, they have multiple ways to play the map. And since you talk about Diggy, let's talk about Diggy.
Yeah, the master of time, hoot hoot, Sawo, has recorded 100% win rate with Diggy in 4 games. So 4 games with the Raf on Renegade,
100%.
4 games with the Diggy on Sawo,
100%.
100%.
So total, quick maths, 8 games, 100%.
Oh yeah.
200%. 8, right?
No. I mean,
that's not how it works.
I don't think that's how it works.
I agree with you, Trex.
But you also agree with Miracle.
Nah.
No.
Miracle can go to the side. DEVU now, having the Brody as well as having the Angela here, a lot of protection. But I'm looking at the early to mid. The team has to move as a team to really contest for objectives here.
You know, we saw a great game from DEVU the other day. The Sawo Carvey combo with the Harkard and the Bruno. This time it's going to be the Brody, but still, we know that combination is lethal.
I kind of feel like for DEVU, it is going to be a matchup where you have to look at the rotations 1 minute 30 to the first 3 minutes. That's where we will see whether they can actually handle what Blacklist is going to do. And now the final pick here, now that they see the Brody as well as the Angela, quite a lot of good roamer picks for Renegade.
And it's also still very explosive for Deus Vult, right? They have a lot of just burst damage in the start of the fight, but then when it gets to that prolonged stage,
Tigreal.
Blacklist say we can try to do what you've been doing. We can team fight our way as well. If you want to be explosive, we have a Tigreal here with that implosion. We're not going to see the heal man, we're going to see the hit man.
Here's the thing, looking at the composition from Blacklist as well as Deus Vult, Blacklist can play a composition of a 4-1 and then slowly get into a 5-man game again. So macro play, I kind of feel like Blacklist with their composition, they have the advantage here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a whole lot to look at. Renegade getting a very aggressive roam pick. But we're about to jump into the land of dawn. Come on, Philippines and viewers from around the world. It's game number 1 of the semi-final lower bracket. Blacklist International going up against Deus Vult. It's gonna be a hype one, boys. Who we got?
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battle.
I was worried for a second there. I feel like even the crowd hold their breath for a bit. But now we're jumping into the game. And again, I want to see the early rotations coming in from both teams, looking like a lot of protection coming in from Blacklist International, making sure that Sensui's early movement all around the map, all around the jungle is not going to get interrupted.
And I really like that point, right? Because for Blacklist International, you mentioned they have more ways to get in this game. Mainly, I would say that XP lane advantage with the mobility, right? Maybe when it comes to clear and trades, not as good, but that mobility from the Paquito will definitely help him get more rotations on the map with Sensui to get that trio mid running.
All right, so we got the Hitman Paquito. We got Renegade on a very aggressive roamer as well. I feel like Blacklist may be able to get a little bit aggressive in the early game, maybe even push into enemy jungle, try to invade, try to disrupt the aggression that Deus Vult wants to bring to them.
Right now, looking at the emblem set here, looking at Carvey with the Brody with the Master Assassin, it looks like he wants to stay in the lane for quite a bit, trying to get a solo kill if possible.
Look at this roam though, Edward coming down, Renegade very low. Sunset Lover needs to run away. Sawo gonna be the target, but Sensui will just commit the retreat. Doesn't really want to go for anything too much in the early stage.
All right, so Blacklist International making some quick rotations. Edward is definitely going to be able to move around the map a bit more than Kid Bomba, but anything crazy about these first item buys?
Oh.
Honestly, looking at the Elegant Gem here coming in from Sunset Lover, I kind of feel like he's going to have a better time around the turtle, but I want to talk about the rotations here because Edward cut the lane very, very fast, and now Sensui is targeting the EXP lane.
It's a good chunk of damage onto Kid Bomba, who's forced back. Magister rotating up top as well. Bomba forced to use that regen early, and he's going to lose a lot of prio in that lane.
And he loses the gold crab over to UA there. Turtle going to be up in just a few seconds.
Rotation advantage utilized by Blacklist International. Now onto the Turtle, the first one of the game. Appraiser's Rat by Sensui to get the job done even faster. Edward in the back, knockout strike to zone them away, but now it's going to be Edward caught in a bad spot. A good Nether Realm coming down, the implosion disengages for them. Renegade sweeps them back all the way to Edward, but they have to disengage. Renegade with a flicker, defensively. Sawo on top of Magister, running Renegade down. Yue has the flicker ready, but he doesn't need to commit it. He falls back in the way. Kid Bomba looking for a dive. Yue very low, looking for the outplay, finds it. Oh! Falls, and Yue claims first blood.
DEVU biting off a little more than they could chew right there, but well played from both sides. Blacklist coming out on top though.
Right now we're looking at a hero counter here for the Boxia as well as the Fredrin. 50% win rate, but I gotta say for Blacklist International, the game that they're playing is priority. Edward having that priority allows them to maneuver better in the fight. And here's the thing, this is a Deus Vult thing. When they see an opportunity, they go for it. And Blacklist International, this is what I'm talking about. They're very good at kiting. The moment they understand they can't win, they're gonna have a safe distance. So Deus Vult, they gotta be careful. They're playing into Blacklist International's plan.
Man, I gotta say, the agents are going crazy right now.
Hard guard coming down, Carvey with re-engage onto Renegade. Now it's Magister, Shield Unity, locking Sensui down just for a bit. Sensui racking up those stacks into the Appraiser's Wrath. Yue still has the flicker, decides to pop it off, but now it's gonna be the chase down and the torn apart memory to equalize in the early game. That's 1-1.
I would say the only mistake there was that Yue was separated from his team, and because of that, maximum damage coming in from Carvey because of his emblem setup with the Master Assassin. So if Renegade was around closer to Carvey, he could have survived.
DEVU, you know this is when they're feeling good. This is the mentality that they need coming in this game. Sawo dropping the TPs, dropping the taunts right now, but we are having a first look at these items, LaFell.
I kind of feel like the power spike is going to be a little bit faster for Sunset Lover just because the item that he's building is a little bit cheaper. But before that, Edward goes in.
A big punch onto Sawa, knocks him out. Sunset Lover zoned away. Now it's Magister who's looking for an angle back to try to claim this turtle, but Sensui is one level ahead. Yue dealing some good damage. The Terrify as well to pressure Kid Bomba. That's an explosion from Renegade. Forcing the Netherrealm, but Edward looking for the flank right now. Jumps in with a jab. Another one to take the Netherrealm HP. That's Yue with another Netherrealm as well, and Renegade will fall. Deus Vult have won on this team fight. Appraiser's Wrath.
Nice flicker
from Kid Bomba with amazing flicker. Sensui disengaging. Now it's going to be Edward jumping out of Sunset Lover, finding the kill. And Carvey flicker forward onto the minion waves. Edward still surviving. The torn apart memory dealing not enough damage to take him down as Oheb rotates as well. Meanwhile, Magister with a good steal onto the enemy purple buff. Blacklist International lose out on this turtle pit fight.
We're only 5 minutes in, guys. 5 minutes in on game one. And Deus Vult and Blacklist International are swinging right now. It's been a kill a minute, technically.
I kind of feel like for Blacklist, the idea is we start the engage. Don't allow Deus Vult to start the engage, because for Deus Vult to win the team fight, they got to go in hard. They got to make sure whatever they want, they get it as fast as they can, because Blacklist International, even though they don't have a healer, this is how they play. They know how to play prolonged team fights. So Blacklist International, they're completely fine with committing first, force Deus Vult to use all of their skills, and then they just take over the team fight later. Blacklist International, they're playing with Deus Vult. Deus Vult has to recognize this. You got to be proactive. Don't let Blacklist do whatever they want first.
And that's due to the rotation speed, right? That game of prio that Blacklist International are slowly utilizing to get this lead. It just seems like Deus Vult, even when they want to retaliate, they get there a bit too late.
Man, Edward is definitely going to be the saving grace of the team right now. 2-0-0. He had about 1,000K gold lead over Kid Bomba, or about an 800K gold lead over Kid Bomba. He is just feeling himself right now.
I can't believe he has 1,000K.
1,000K.
That's like, what, a million?
That's
It's a lot.
That's a lot of, yeah.
You understood what I was saying.
Yeah. Nah, you know, analysts. Anyways, looking at the situation here, looks like Blacklist International, they are hovering around the turtle pit. They're trying to figure out where Deus Vult is. They see Magister. And I kind of feel like they should have an idea of where Sunset Lover as well as Carvey is. They just confirmed it. They just confirmed it. So now, Blacklist International, they're waiting for a setup coming in from Renegade.
Sensui has got an angle, a great one. The last hit, he jumps in all the way, but Magister is the one who picks it up. A bit of a miscalculation by Sensui as Carvey dishes out some damage. Edward gonna be caught right now, flickers out, but will still fall to Kid Bomba.
They needed that. They needed that kill on Edward. It was very important to slow him down. Deus Vult still behind, but keeping up overall.
Implosion onto that top side, shoving him back as well. The Netherrealm saves him just for a bit. Carvey with a good stun onto Yue, but that's another realm stolen away. Torn apart memory gonna be used up, but not the right timing. Yue flickers out the safety, and just like that, both teams disengage once again. Sensui baiting.
let me just say, Sunset Lover is a lover. He's all around the map. Every single time someone gets picked off, quote unquote picked off, he's there with the NetherRealm. The movement coming in, and especially because we looked at his emblem set, all about movement speed. He wants to make sure that he's a utility mid laner, but the thing is, now he has the Necklace of Durance. 2 more items, he becomes a damage dealer as well.
Definitely very true. Stats starting to get evened out here. Taking a look at some of the items. Oheb's closing in on that Berserker's Fury. Once he gets that and he can start rotating around the map a bit, and there it is, it just locked in. Now we're going to start seeing some damage really start to unload from Oheb.
That's the thing, right? For the power spikes, even though Oheb is gaining gold at a very good pace, Brody's going to hit his power spike a bit earlier. So Blacklist International needs to be very careful about this mid-game power spike. They're already getting turrets across the board. Carvy's doing the same, trading it up top. But Blacklist seems like they want to go for more. I don't know if Kid Bomba can defend this all alone, but he should be able to clear the waves up. Penalty zone, onto the back. Magister flanking as well, onto Renegade. But it's a good peel. Kid Bomba with a flicker. Implosion to save the team, but Oheb gets ran down. It's another realm a bit late by you as he stole it just earlier. But his NetherRealm HP is getting taken now. Renegade isolated from the rest of the team and should be taken down by the 4-man squad of Deus Vult. They get the turret though.
I gotta say, man, looking at Blacklist International, that was good, but Deus Vult, what's the communication there? Because Kid Bomba was very patient. The moment the close proximity comes in, they're like, yeah, guys, let's just go in. That was a good call from Deus Vult.
A risky move from Edward. Falls to a torn apart memory in the mid lane. He tried to defend that all alone, and now with no Edward, Sensui, his odds of getting this retreat down will be very, very slim. Kid Bomba poking him down. Yue coming down as well. The Appraiser's Wrath gets rid of Kid Bomba, but it bought enough time ready for Magister to secure the Lord. Carvey, gotta be careful. The hard guard comes in. Yue dashing forward, but Carvey falls. Oheb getting a lot of damage done. The Implosion Flicker combo comes in from Renegade as he finds another, and it's a double kill for Oheb.
All it takes is one play to turn a game around. Deus Vult secures the Lord, but Blacklist International, this is something they've been doing for the past 2 days now.
I would say that's not worthwhile trade for Deus Vult. The Lord, one Lord against like what, 3 deaths? Totally not worth it, especially because he was on the carry. Carvey made a crucial mistake. At that HP, he should have backed off. No matter the vision, even if you just see one person against a team like Blacklist, someone's waiting around the corner. That was a total mistake coming in from Carvey.
I think they thought they had staggered the death timers enough to make a big play again happen, just like they did into Edward in the mid lane. Magister, all alone, has a hard guard to keep him very safe. Sunset Lover doing the best he can to give or to find value with the Lord. But unfortunately, due to that mistake, they won't be able to find any value here. Maybe aside from the tier 1 in the mid lane, which does equalizes things a bit more. The minions should be able to take it down. No! Edward punches the minions out.
I love the fact, though, that Deus Vult right now is bringing it to Blacklist. A lot of people probably came into this wondering if they were going to be able to match up against such a top-tier team.
Looking at the items here, a big game changer for Sao, having the Flash of the Oasis, as well as having the fleeting time, means that Deus Vult getting 1 kill is going to matter so much to them because they can prolong the team fight even longer. Having the Flash of the Oasis makes it so that for Deus Vult, honestly, if Sao goes into Magister or Kid Bomba, might benefit him more, and Carvey just tries to free hit.
Opening up the map, Magister now going to be taunted down. The hard guard on him. It's not going to be used up just yet. Carvey as well finds those stacks. Now it's the time for the question, LaFell. My question. Deus Vult have more healing for long team fights, but Blacklist International have more damage for long team fights. So, who wins out in these long team fights?
I would say Blacklist International have been playing this game for such a long time. I feel like the advantage is still on them, even though, like, on paper, looking at the draft, it should be Deus Vult. But you cannot, like, you can't explain the numbers of experience. I still think it's for Blacklist International.
Yeah, definitely still the favorite, but honestly, it could turn at any moment. Carvey, taking 1 death, still doing well. Also locked in the Malefic Roar, sitting right behind Oheb in terms of gold, but Oheb is definitely going to have a higher peak right here, going to have a higher scale overall. Deus Vult may be running out of time.
That's the thing, right? He's already hit critical mass, so Deus Vult really needs to look for an angle, and just like, this is when I say it, Carvey gets engaged on. The hard guard used up already. A pretty big resource in the 12th minute of the game.
As long as Deus Vult doesn't get any kill or assist, for like what, 30 seconds, it's a big win for Blacklist International. The moment Blacklist makes a mistake, gives over a kill, then the fleeting time will trigger and it will basically null the advantage. So now Blacklist International, 3,000 gold lead. They're in a better spot here for the Lord.
And they're great at Lord dances here. Holding it down, resetting again, the quick discipline as they get rid of the mid wave, but Carvy's doing the same thing on the other side of the map in the top lane. Mid lane pushing down, they need to deal with that or they're gonna lose their tier 2 turret. Sunset Lover barely gets there, and Kid Bomba gets isolated because of that. He takes a whole lot of damage now, and Blacklist International has done a lot of damage on the Lord.
Oh, no.
Magister shield unity canceled. Kid Bomba with the penalty zone with the hard guard as well. Yue gonna be isolated from the team right now as he pops in another realm, but that's gonna be the implosion. Disengage in the back. Still, Blacklist International needs to run away. Deus Volt are charging in. They're screaming Deus Volt as Renegade flickers back at Oheb. Finds the damage necessary to take Kid Bomba down.
And Edward with the moves, Edward with the grooves. A quick little step in just to pick up the kill onto Kid Bomba, showing who's the better EXP.
Blacklist was patient, man. Again, this is where the experience goes in. They understand the strengths of the hero of Deus Volt. They're conditional. The damage is conditional. When you're clumped up, you're gonna receive maximum damage. So just go away, use all the dashes that you have, create your distance, and having the Haas Claw on this Bruno, alongside with the Malefic Roar, with the Berserker Fury, just hitting the jungle creep is gonna heal you up so much.
And the awareness as well, right, Lavelle? The fact that they know they have Oheb dealing this much damage, you don't need to go for engages, Renegade. Just use the implosion appeal.
And they keep on, I mean, they're literally walking into the implosion at this point. Renegade doesn't even have to try to hit anybody, he just waits for them, because that's the way that Deus Vault plays. It makes the Tigreal look like it was meant just to counter their aggressive play style here. So DEVU needs to find a way around that.
So something to note, even if there's no Akai, the Tigreal's there doing basically the same job.
This is going to be tough. Their wave clear isn't too good. Deus Volt in the bottom lane. Edward getting the turret down all the way, top side as well. It's the Lord who did the work. Now it's only down to one base turret left for Deus Volt in this defense. And Blacklist International, they choose to take the discipline route. They will disengage.
So LaFell, at this point, Deus Volt sitting in the back, 6,000 gold behind, you know, it's definitely a hard one, but we did like their composition overall. Is this just a time of, do we just need to wait it out and wait for the big play to happen? Or are the odds even less than that?
No, the big play is if somehow Kid Bomba or Sunset Lover can get onto Oheb, because Oheb is the reason why they've been winning this prolonged team fight. The damage and the sustainability. If they can figure out a way
Welcome to ChezyGaming.
there is a chance.
This is the lower bracket semifinals. Blacklist International versus Deus Volt.
It's crazy, the fact that, you know, obviously for UF, for Oheb, we've been seeing these numbers pop up, but you'd expect Carvey and Sunset Lover to be doing the most damage for Deus
Yeah,
Volt.
welcome to ChezyGaming, and I'm with you now.
Up there, just second to Oheb. Is he building
Good evening to all.
just normal build, he's just finding the right targets?
I would say it's because he keeps finding those AoE damage. Because Blacklist International, they do like to clump up. And we saw the engages coming in from Kid Bomba with the penalty zone. He, if I'm not mistaken, he only has the Fury Hammer. And I don't think at this point it's going to be all that great unless he goes for a Hunter Strike. Hunter Strike, maybe. But only if your mentality is to get Oheb.
All right, so DEVU, I think they're going to have to try to go for this Lord. But if they're going to do that, Magister can't take too much damage before they engage. He needs to make sure he gets close and maybe look for the cheap play here. DEVU taking their time with it, though.
The kiting is beautiful from Blacklist International. The Lord dance here has been phenomenal for Blacklist. Sensui's on it. Yue doing some damage. Penalty zone. Then locks on to Yue. It's on the memory coming down into the back line, but another round is going to be popped in. Renegade, implosion, locking him down, but it's another round. Renegade going to be zoned away, and Sensui finds a massive Appraiser's Wrath to take it down. Edward loses immortality. Yue very low, still able to survive. Carvey going to get the stun, but Oheb flickers forward. That's a triple. Yue steals it away, and now it's just Sunset Lover all alone in his base. He's done it before. Can he do it again?
The agents are on fire. A valiant effort from Deus Volt. The Blacklist are closing in.
He won't be able to. 1 second on Sunset Lover against 5 members, 5 agents who stay targeted down the base. Game number 1. Blacklist International strikes first.
Blacklist International
repping the Philippines right now, showing Deus Vault who runs this show.
Again, Blacklist understands this game, and they make Deus Vault play their game. Deus Vault, they got to figure out, based on game number 1, the changes they have to make. Because Blacklist International, they knew what they were going up against. The Akai is not there. Well, looks like the Tigreal is a very good substitute.
Yeah, very solid pick indeed. I think that pick alone was the bane of Deus Vault's existence that game. So many times they got close to getting the pickoffs, but then would just get stopped in their tracks. But we aren't the brains of this show. Let's throw it over to the wonderful, beautiful, handsome Leo and Wolf.
A very entertaining and explosive way to start this best of 5 between Blacks International and Deus Vault. Welcome to the analyst stand at your service. My name is Leo here with Wolf. And I gotta say, Rizal Memorial Coliseum, are you not entertained? Is that not the kind of match you want to start with?
Then we can see that it was the signature playstyle of DEVU at the same time the signature playstyle of Blacklist International clashing together. We knew that at the start of this match, this will be a styles clash, and we were given what we wanted. It's just that the Ube specialists reigned through.
And was it not just yesterday, less than 24 hours ago, that Blacklist International had to dealt with a very aggressive team in Geek Fam who owned the better part of the 8 and 9 minute mark, and then that's when Blacklist had to figure it out. Here, they were coming in, cocked and loaded. They were ready to face off against a team that was so ready to fight. Again, ChezyGaming at its best.
I'm just surprised how DEVU went for this play, going for the Angela plus the Brody. It allowed them to be that aggressive, and that is actually the way to go. Now, going into this game number 1, we know that our MVP was OHEB. Unforgettable moment when after winning the second Lord of the game, what DEVU did was to actually run down Blacklist International. ChezyGaming again, but OHEB kept his ground. Was able to punish Magister, the backshot that was chasing them. And many times in this game, OHEB's positioning allowed them to punish DEVU when DEVU wanted to push for more kills. It's all about that play. And OHEB, he dealt so much damage in that regard.
You'll see here in the highlights as we run through them, the moments in this game where OHEB showed that his Bruno was very much capable of dealing with Deus Vault's very aggressive forward front-to-front lineup. There was a part in the broadcast where our English desk, they asked, hey, between the styles of the lineups and the play style of DEVU and Blacklist, who would win come the late game? I think the answer was clear. As long as OHEB continued playing this way, his auto attacks would trump all of the ults.
Yeah. Let the record show that Mr. Leo actually copied how the Bruno did it, how OHEB did it. All right.
Chicken balls.
Chicken balls. And by the way, I want to say that Renegade played so well in this game. I mean, come on. I have already posted so much about Renegade, and people might think that we are biased, but look at him in this game. Was able to save his teammates so many times. I think that this was a unique way of utilizing the implosion. This is a defensive implosion. All of the usages, maybe 9 out of 10 times that Renegade used the implosion was for defense. Watch out for OHEB, the way that he was able to punish the overextension coming out from DEVU, and then another one as for some reason, the members of Blacklist International just survived through. And this is mainly because of the flicker usages, the battle spell usages, as well as the immortalities. In this particular game, all of the particular clash, I mean, all of the resources were in favor of Blacklist International. In fact, they had the battle spells, they have the ultimates, they have the immortality, and they have the better positioning, as well as the better items. I think that was when you already know that when it comes to the late game, Blacklist are masters of it.
That's right. We'll get deeper into the builds in just a bit. You want to know exactly what's keeping that Tigreal as tough as it was? Look at Renegade.
All right.
That's what you got to build, folks. And as well, I like the touch on the concussive blast. It helps clear waves faster for you to be able to reposition and then allow for a game to end at a reasonable pace.
That's right. And we know for sure that the Wilderness Blessing also plays very big part in this particular playstyle of Renegade. You saw he's able to get into the position faster when it comes to punishing, more so than when it is them trying to start the fights. Because, again, why would you try to start the fight as Blacklist International? You're facing the ChezyGaming. Let them come to you, counter it with implosion.
And the exact term that we use is the turn. They are turn specialists.
That's
and
right.
because of that, Edward's able to flank. A lot of the entries from Agent Zero came in from post-engage, coming in from when he was clearing top and then going through mid and joining the fight later on. Looking at the items here, again, I think the Radiant Armor came into play, which acted like a baby Guardian helmet, wherein he would conceal away,
Right.
flicker away, and then come back with just this much health,
Yeah.
enough to survive and then fight again.
Yeah, and obviously Edward picking up the Windtalker eventually to finish the game. That is not part of his build. Don't copy that. Not because you see Edward utilize the Windtalker on the Pakito, it means that you would use it. That was used to end the game. By the way, Kid Bomba, I would say that this is the game that he might be comfortable in playing, but at the same time he was countered as well. You can see the Blacklist International, the way that they drafted this, they let the Faramis through and then take the signature Valentina. Then eventually they went in for the tank build with the Fredrin as well as this Tigreal to kind of man the front lines. It's a very well put out draft composition from Blacklist International.
And also looking at, again, the highlight player from pre-series. Before we even began, we put a spotlight onto the mid lane Magician Yue, dealing a lot of damage. If you dealt more damage as a Valentina compared to Sunset Lover on the Faramis,
Right.
wherein you're fighting the Ube, again, clumped up heroes, that is a dream come true for a Faramis. Yue was doing amazing. He was doing great work, better than great work.
Yeah.
Because what is that? You're playing with range, you're playing with threat assessment, with target acquisition, which I think you'll see if you roll back the tape. Blacks International had just trumped Deus Volt. Despite being DEVU Gaming,
Yes.
when it came down to picking the right targets at the right time, Blacklist got them checked.
And what is really weird about this DEVU Gaming is that it makes a lot of sense going for the Brody as well as the Angela. But I guess the combination of double supports plus the Brody might not work so much. Maybe if it was the Claude, right, it will deal the damage in the late game. But you can see that there was severe lack of damage from the side of DEVU, that you felt it in the late game or the mid-game stages of the game. You saw that when they jump in, yeah, they do. It was very explosive. They have the Faramis as well. But they didn't have a closing statement to their sentences, for example, or their paragraphs. They cannot close it even with the torn apart memory because of two things. First, they don't have enough damage because of their composition. Second, man, Blacklist is good at kiting. They actually avoid the torn apart memory so many times.
Yeah, again, it's become more and more popular in the past couple of months. The reverse collapse, the fade away team fight. It's happened so many times in the last quarter of MLBB esports from all around the world. Looking at the damage taken, I gotta highlight Magistar. Magistar was maybe second or third most damage dealt for Deus Volt, but also he's second most damage received.
That's right.
So with that said, again, you're seeing how these little bits and pieces of Deus Volt's lineup are making up for their lack of reliable damage.
Yes, which I guess in a way it works against normal teams, but against a team like Blacklist International who knows how to kite, it's better that you will. It's better if you are able to burst them, right? But there's also a downside, obviously. This DEVU lineup, it was at least in my eyes, it was a gamble because they went for Brody plus the Angela. Makes a lot of sense, but going up against a team that is great at kiting, and I think that the casters pointed that so well in the particular skirmishes that when it comes to like kiting, it seems like DEVU should have gotten many more kills, but they weren't able to do so because of the magical kiting that you see coming up from Blacklist International.
Yeah, and again, compare that to the amount of CC, well, I guess reliable CC that Blacklist has. It's very hard to, again, even get good target acquisition. As soon as Blacklist makes the call, all right, Ube time, we're backing off. For Deus Volt, it's either, okay, we force the advantage, we get one kill, and then walk away, we waste all of our ults, or we walk away, it's a wasted rotation. And that's what our casters were actually watching here in the English desk. They were saying, okay, if in the next 30 seconds there's not a kill from Deus Volt, that was a wasted approach. And as long as Blacks can waste your time, and they can find that window, Deus Volt won't even go past 20 minutes.
I completely agree with what you said. I might just reduce that 30 seconds to maybe just actually 10 seconds. That's how fast you need to kill the members of Blacklist International. The teams that have exposed weaknesses of Blacklist International kill them faster, you know?
Yeah, and again, if you're at this stage, again, a single best of 5, how fast can you learn that? Here's a quick quote from Coach Bon Chan, a SEA Games gold medalist, an MLBB world champion. All right, at first, Renegade didn't want to play utility heroes until we taught him how to properly use those heroes. Should we use tank roamers, he can also do that because that's his specialty. So this is just a little bit of an insight as to how the Hitman became the heel man, how he evolved before Blacklist eyes and now before ours.
Man, you can see that when he played the Matilda, I will never ever forget what he did yesterday, because he protected OHEB to the point where, as the Matilda, he's not initiating. In fact, was sitting far back so that the guiding wind will be there. When he's playing the Tigreal, he's playing a sustain. So I think that the perfect hero for Renegade, and hear me out, the Minotaur. The Minotaur has heal and catch.
I would argue it's the Matilda because it has a way to go into the back line.
That's true, yeah, all right.
Imagine that. I can't believe that if you looked at Renegade's signature heroes from the M5 World Championships, it would look very different to the way he played all his career. So with that said, we're going to throw it over to our casters to get back into game number 2. Talk to us.
All right, thank you guys so much. Here we are, back on the caster desk. Trex, Mirko, LaFell. Are we ready for this?
I'm ready. I'm just glad that they agree with us.
Yeah.
So we know about it. If the panelist agrees, then we know about the game.
Exactly.
Hey, good job, man.
You call him thank you. You too, man. You too.
Far away.
No. Great job. No. Better than great job.
Well, before we get too crazy, don't forget, here comes TikTok Drops. Watch for 3 minutes. You can win 1 TikTok viewer chess, and watch for 5 minutes or more, and you can win a TikTok deluxe checks.
And if you watch more than 5 minutes, you know what you will get? Happiness.
Dude.
Or sadness, depending on the team that you're voting for.
You changed it. I already did the thing.
Yeah, no, here's the thing. ADHD, keep on changing, man. It's all right. Sasageyo, give your heart.
There you go, right?
Go give your heart.
So, happiness or sadness?
You know,
either way,
it depends on the team. Depends on the team that you're in.
Right. I mean, if you're a Deus Volt, if you're a Deus Volt fan, maybe you'd be sad after game 1. If you're a Blacklist fan, whoa, you got to do it. There you go. That's
about how they all feel right now.
That's how they all feel.
That's how they.
You want to test the waters, Trex?
What do you mean?
You want to test how the environment is right now after game 1's win?
Sure. You got this.
So, agents, I'm just wondering, after that Game 1 win for Blacklist International, I'm wondering how the energy is. So, on the count of 3, yell. 1, 2, 3! All right.
And the timing for the drafting phase have started. Going into the game, Deus Volt, they have to figure out how to stop Blacklist International from kiting. If they can't, it might be Blacklist game again.
Let's see if they can do it. Deus Volt took 2 losses yesterday before they could come online. Is that going to be the secret ingredient today, or will Blacklist continue to move forward?
All right, Deus Volt, first pick, Blacklist International, second pick for now. No changes in the bans. Deus Volt first picked up the Boxia in the previous game. Will that shift or not? Because again, even the panelists they were talking about in terms of the damage, looked like it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I think despite them having like a composition that wants to go for long fights, their damage dealers were bursty damage dealers, right? It was Brody and Faramis. The fact that Kid Bomba was dealing the most damage shows you that I feel this.
I think DEVU just needs to maybe draft something that has a couple different win conditions, not just everything into the early game.
I kind of feel like the Boxer first pick is still fine. It's just like Carvey on that Brody. Using a Brody is actually very risky in my personal opinion because you can put yourself in a very tough spot. Whereas something as a Claude, you have a lot of movement. The entire line of Dawn is your canvas. You can move around.
Unless unless they draft something maybe with a very scaling mid laner, something like the Novaria. But even then, you're totally right. Right now, the marksmans that shine are really those ones that can scale into the late game. The Claude, so many things like that. The Wan, the Bruno, things that no matter what, even if you're roamer, even if you're jungler fail, you have answers.
Same response for Blacklist. I think that was a great point, by the way, right? The Brody, but I feel like maybe Deus Volt are also overthinking themselves. They could have just gone for a signature Diggy pick against the CC coming in for Blacklist. It would have also denied that peel with the Tigreal. That was obviously last pick, but still, Deus Volt went for the risky choice with the Angela as well.
Yeah, I kind of feel like why the Diggy is so strong is just because they have information with the Vision Getter, right?
Yes.
But the more important thing is that no one is stopping their engage.
Exactly.
And I feel like that's the very big difference here because if there was a Diggy, Implosion is a no solution. You can just move through.
It's a no implode zone.
Implosion.
Notion.
It's a notion to implosion.
It's my
It is a
way.
Fredrin as well. That's
Same exact draft as last time.
Same exact draft. No changes. Even the bans.
You could have guessed this 100%.
We could have.
Yeah, but we are meant to be challenged.
Exactly.
We're men.
We're meant to be challenged.
Oh,
We're
I
meant
thought
to
you
be
said
challenged.
something else.
Yeah. It is something else, but that's the way we like to play, you know? Like, if it's difficult, then I love it. I love being difficult.
So far, the drafts haven't been difficult. Both of the teams know exactly
Yeah,
what's
what
going to
does
happen
DEVU
here.
change here? Do you think they went into the room and were just like, it wasn't the draft. We
Probably.
had that.
Yeah.
We made some mistakes in game, so now we just play better.
Or it was the mistake wasn't in the first phase of drafts. It was in the second.
True. Because again, it's coming to the mentality, right? Because we talked with Kid Bomba behind the scenes, and
Yep.
he was very crucial when it comes to the micro mechanics. He understands at a certain power spike, you're able to do this and that. And the thing that he said before when he went up against ONIC was that they were focused on a problem that did not exist. So maybe in the first game, that was the problem. They were worried about things that did not exist. So maybe this time, the damage dealers are going to do a better job. Maybe this time, Carvey is going to make sure that he doesn't do those mistakes where the mistakes is easily avoidable.
I worry about things that don't exist all the time. Ghost, cuckoo birds.
Ooh.
Things.
T-Rexes.
T-Rexes. That's why I made it my name.
Reptars.
Reptars
I'm
are
the
real.
priestess
Reptars
of primal
are real.
legends,
One in the
hunter of all
talent
the
room.
evil gods.
But this right here is even realer. It's the same draft, exactly. Literally even towards the second phase ban, so nothing has changed so far.
So Paquito? Imagine the one time we say the hero.
Exactly, right? That's what I'm scared
And
of.
then
why
it
we're
becomes
not
something like an
guessing.
Arlet.
Right, Blacklist will go Paquito. Let's see if the curse works. I don't know if you want to test that out, you know, because I predicted Blacklist. Oh wow, all right.
Your team
Who would have guessed that, man? Even Wolf wouldn't have been able to guess that.
No, because he would have got inside his own head.
For sure.
True, yeah.
Only the meant to be challenged like us would be able to get.
Is it a
this
BA?
draft.
Is it a Brody Angela?
A BA or an AB?
Or a Diggy.
A BD? A Brody Diggy?
A
I will
BD.
be there upon
Okay.
the first blossom.
That's the Angela.
Angela.
We've got it. One more. Will it be the
I think pick up like a Beatrix here. Just switch it up.
Yeah. I'm okay with the Beatrix.
Something else.
consistent damage? I like it, right? If it's not the Beatrix, what do they want to go for? Do they want to go for something like a Claude, actually, right?
Claude, yeah. Claude.
Yeah.
Anything other than the Brody right now, honestly. Because that was definitely actually the Claude would be great.
Yeah.
my tempo.
Your team is picking.
The crowd
It would
cheered.
be great. It would be great, right?
Are they downloading?
We don't have a visual mistake, right?
No.
Right?
So it's the Brody, and now Renegade's like,
Tigreal?
wait,
Are we in a time loop? Are we gonna be here forever?
Are we still in game one?
is this
Was game one
is
so
this
fun that
Groundhog
we just,
game?
you know, have to repeat it?
No. If this is game one.
friend.
Oh!
He just confirmed it.
All right.
Thank you, Renegade.
Thank you, Renegade. Thank you, MTB, for changing something in the draft. I was going to go crazy.
But either way, I would say the strategy does not change because Renegade just now, I would say a lot of the engages did come from the Fredrin, so it doesn't have to come from Renegade anymore. He can just help the Team Kai because that's what they want to do. They want to dive.
All right. Everybody, let's jump into the land of Dawn. It's game number 2. Blacklist International looking for match point.
There's a Volt here with the same exact draft. Now against the S-Test. Does it work better for their dynamic going up against an S-Test instead of a Tigreal, LaFell?
I would say not really because, again, not just the Estes
5
having that
seconds till the
heal,
enemy
but
reaches
having
the
that
battle.
slow as well.
Smash
Look at the
them.
dashes coming in from this Volt. Is there many? Because I'm not seeing a lot of dashes coming in from them, so the slow coming in from the
Welcome
Estes
to Mobile
is going to be a big impact.
But now they're going to be even clumping it. They're going to be clumping up even more, right? And when it's Renegade on the S-Test, it's always the F S-Test, the Flicker S-Test.
No, one more thing.
What?
It's not just the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. Netherrealm as well.
Yeah, they have the whole package
Exactly.
So Sunset Lover's got to do a lot of housekeeping to keep that ult away from Yue.
If this Volt want to win the fight, they have to have this mentality that we're gonna kill them tomorrow.
You're right.
And the next day. And the next day.
Procrastination.
It's kind of like the draft. It's just going to repeat itself over and over and over. Deus Volt, do they want to push the envelope even more aggressive here? Let's take a look at some of the emblems.
Oh, but before that, Renjay taking quite a lot of damage, surviving still, and again, having a lot of movement speed here. Not a lot of changes from Deus Volt in terms of their emblem set. They're going for the same thing.
So it's exactly the same as last time.
Yeah.
What a surprise. On the side of Deus Volt now, I think the goal here, if they're going to really just invest into this, just try to go even harder than last time. Just try to be even more aggressive and really just try to push Blacklist into a corner.
So overload them. And I'm not gonna lie, I do kind of agree, but again, they gotta figure out a way to isolate Blacklist International, but that's the thing. Blacklist International, they don't get isolated. They make sure whenever they're moving together. Even Edward, where theoretically he's gonna be the one soloing a lane, all of a sudden, either Sensui is nearby, Yue, and right now even Renegade is gonna get close.
Wow. A lot of emphasis around this bottom side. Blacklist International want to clear it, and they do it just with one splash of damage. Yue takes away that Nether Realm, just what we mentioned. And Blacklist International, once again, just like in Game 1, are first onto the turtle. Edward, or the zoning Magister, poking him down, getting him to half with a knockout strike as well. Magister might not be able to even contest for this. Has the regen, pops it in, shield unity onto Edward with the penalty zone onto the back line. Another realm from both teams, the Blessing of the Moon Goddess as well. Yue, another realm HP gonna be gone. Edward looking for the knockout strike on a Sunset Lover, but they're dealing a lot of damage still. Magister losing out in the Retribution battle. The Sensui, the Appraiser's Wrath comes down. The first blood will be claimed by Kid Bomba. A big trade back as Yue dashes forward, but then gets caught in the Ghost Bursters of Sunset Lover to make it kind of worth it for Deus Volt.
Yeah, honestly, in the end of things, Magister does go down. It's not good to lose your jungler, and they also lose the turtle, but you find Yue and Edward, two of the huge damage dealers, especially when it comes to the mid-game spike.
I would say just now it was all Kid Bomba as well as Sunset Lover, man. Like, doing a lot of damage and actually controlling Blacklist International. I feel like Sunset Lover with the first kill was able to interrupt some of their abilities, making it so that Blacklist International did not do as much damage as they wanted to.
Here's a big problem, though. Edward continues time and time again to just out-rotate Kid Bomba, and has so much to do with the passive. It has so much to do with the Paquito, and this is where Edward shines. We used to love to see him on the Benedetta. Those proactive EXP laners, those ones that can move around the map, and even earlier when they cut that lane just to get a good position on the turtle, was a great maneuver.
Now looking at the items, honestly, quite a lot of same things going on for both teams, but definitely a bigger power spike for Bruno.
Magister shield unity onto Yue. Sunset Lover trying to deal some damage as well in the back, but Magister's gonna be stunned up right now. Goes on to Sensui, who dashes out. That's another realm baited out from Deus Volt. And Blacklist International decides to disengage with the help of Renegade's Blessing of the Moon Goddess.
I feel like that engage was a little bit too early. I kind of feel like going in when it's around 7 or 8 seconds when a turtle is about to spawn could give you a better lead because you're going to make sure that their HP is chunked down. But I don't know, man, going up against this Estes, even when you're doing something right, it feels like you're doing something wrong because even when you get to trade, the trade becomes invisible because he just heals back up.
Looks like they may be going for the lane swap here. Around the 4.5 minute mark, Kid Bomba gonna move to the top side along with Edward Turtle spawning up. So DEVU, they've been a little bit aggressive. They're still falling behind in gold so far. Can they take this turtle?
Good damage in the mid lane onto Yue, taking him to half HP, but he goes in to terrify them instead. Edward doing a good job at jabbing Magister, poking him down. Meanwhile, Bomba's more concerned with the waves.
He'll be able to make it in time. It shouldn't be too much. Magister also going to secure the purple buff. Can they go for the steal?
He retreat that. Edward force a flicker out. Hard guard coming down. Forward man penalty zone by Kid Bomba, but Sensui still finds the turtle. That was a Blessing of the Moon Goddess, but Renegade's caught in the midst of it all. Flickers out to save the Sunset Lover with a flicker of his own. And Edward is forced back. Now under the turret, going to be taken down as well by Sawa.
Let me just say, if you want to give an MVP, man, look at Sunset Lover. The Shadow Stampedes. Again, we're talking about you got to figure out a way how to make sure that Blacklist International don't kind of look at Kid Bomba.
Bomba's caught under the turret, now caught under the Appraiser's Wrath. Sensui takes him out.
As I was saying, Deus Volt, they find the answer. Time when Blacklist International wants to kite away, when they want to move back. At that moment,
press again the Shadow Stampede to interrupt their movement. So I kind of feel like for DeVU, Sunset Lover is the key. He is the disruptor. He is the enabler for their team.
He's a player that has gone very, you know, just not as known in the beginning of M5, but so far in the knockout stage, he has been turning up.
A 2v4. That could have been deadly there. Magister goes in, taunts it up with Razor's Wrath once again, but Magister still is able to survive. Torn apart memory just to poke Blacklist down, and Blacklist will just take another structure. Well, the first structure of this game in the bottom lane.
All right, DEVU Volt now behind 1K gold. I feel like they have to, I think they kind of just have to step up their macro a bit, but Yue
Taken low.
should be able to get away there. Let's take a look at these items.
Honestly, one notable thing is just that for this time, Kid Bomba doesn't have the Fury Hammer, so he shouldn't be able to do as much damage as before. So that may be the adjustment, going straight for defense instead of delaying it for a little bit of offense. So it's an interesting change. We do have to see if it will work out.
Could be the answer here, right? It could be something that helps him survive a little bit longer when he goes for those big OPZs, right? When he goes for those big engages into the back line, because what happens to him a lot is when he jumps back there, he's immediately shredded down. And with Sunset Lover, Carvey, Sawo able to kind of be aggressive, it might be the magic ingredient.
And now, how does this play out, LaFell? Does the mid-game power spike still hit for DeVU Volt where they want to look for big fights? Carvey taken low! Up top, no hard guard! What happened? Was Sawo canceled? No! It was a complete miscalculation, and Blacklist capitalized.
That's one of those moments where you feel hurt, man. You have two ways to help your teammate, and none were there.
Yeah, definitely a big miscalculation for DeVU Volt, and this is what separates the boys from the men. This is what separates the S-tier teams and the A-tier teams. Blacklist International not making those minute mistakes right now as DeVU Volt unable to keep up.
The saddest thing, Sunset Level was there. He had the Netherrealm. But I feel like the call was save the Netherrealm for the bigger fight.
Yeah, just use a hard guard, and Sawo was like, wait, are you gonna use it? Appraiser's Wrath on the Sawo, just to zone him away mid lane. Magister trying to hold down the tier 1, but still going to be taken down by Blacklist International. And now both teams disengage, but Blacklist are walking away with a 4,000 gold lead.
Let me just say, Mirko, your question was interrupted, but I feel like that's the answer. At this point, it's not because of the draft, man. It's because of the calls.
Yep.
The calls are definitely a problem for DeVU Volt. At this point, Blacklist International is starting to outclass them, showing them that maybe they are in a league of their own. DeVU Volt, though, we've seen them turn the tables before. We've seen them able to do things that many teams aren't able to. But is this going to be the end of their road? It's game number 2 right now. DEVU sitting at a significant deficit, but definitely still have some fighting capabilities here.
Right now, my personal worry is for DeVU Volt. If you want to win a fight, you need damage. And Carvey, I don't know if he, after what happened just now, he still has the mentality to move forward to dish out the damage. And at this point, even I don't know.
Yeah.
Should he have the mentality to move forward? Maybe it's better to take a back seat, see what happens first, and then dish out the damage. Maybe let Yue do the initial part of the damage, and then have Carvey get some stacks and then finish it off?
I think so. I think the whole point of the Brody here is to be the executor, right? It can't be the main source of damage here, as, again, the way that they're fighting, they need to bait out a lot of these abilities. The Netherrealm coming in, the Blessing and the Moon Goddess, you put a Torn Apart Memory against two of those, and it's basically a wasted ultimate for the Brody. So it's really how they layer these abilities, the damage source as well, to get the execute onto the right members of Blacklist.
The big problem is Carvey's supposed to snowball. The Brody is supposed to have a kill or two by now, and at this point he has nothing. He actually has a death. Whoa!
Penalty zone flicker to the back right now. Netherrealm coming down, very clutch. Blessing the Moon Goddess coming down as well. Kid Bomba, very, very low. OHEB walks forward, finds the shot. Edward running away, sends Sui onto Magister now as he grants all the space that Blacklist need to get OHEB all those free hits.
Not only did Blacklist win out in that fight, but they walked out of that fight with full health bars. DeVU Volt unable to even chip into the heal coming from Renegade right now from the space created from the team of Blacklist. DeVU Volt aren't going to be able to last much longer if this is how fights keep going.
I don't want to be a party pooper, man, but at this point, I feel like Blacklist International, they need to receive damage from the crystal for them to die.
Yeah.
I feel like the turrets have to chip in.
They really do, LaFell. I think if the turrets don't chip in, DEVU just simply don't have enough damage to melt down these HP bars. If it was bad earlier in game number 1 against the Tigreal, now put an Estes in and we got the answer we were looking for.
Dude, this is one of those comps where you just want to go to the next game, man.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot to compete with. Blacklist International closing in on the towers, Lord on the top side.
Counterpart memory used up, Oheb just soaks it in. Knows that there's Renegade on the side to give him more HP as Yue cuts in as well, looking for another angle to dish out damage, and there's no punishment. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Sunset Lover dealing some good damage onto Edward, but again, he can just sustain back up.
Let me just say, it's been 4 to 5 kills. It's a low kill count game. It's just because Blacklist International, there's never a point they have to force it. They do enough damage where this will have to disengage.
It's just macro dominance. Kid Bomba poke down, one more shot, Oheb again! Even with the DPZ, it isn't enough to get away from the Filipino sniper.
That could be it. Blacklist International going to start chipping away at these towers right here. Deus Vault need an answer. They need something to get out of this heel hell that they're in right now. Blacklist International trying to close things up.
What is the answer?
So let me just say, Oheb took a lot of turret shots.
And he still didn't die.
And he still didn't die.
You know why?
Renegade.
Renegade.
The
Heal man.
The heal man with the Haswa. It doesn't matter if you have a box, yeah.
And they also have the Nether Realm. It's just
50% of what Blacklist has is still a lot. It's like 50% out of a million. 500,000 is still a lot.
that's a lot.
And you can see from Edward as well, usually you expect the Bloodlust axe, right? He went straight for the Oracle, so he knows, you know what, I'm just going to rely on Renegade to heal me back up.
Because as long as they buy time, right? As long as they're able to make these fights last more than 5-10 seconds, they always come out on top. At this point, it doesn't seem like there's an answer for Deus Vault. Kid Bomba went for the more defensive build in the beginning. Harvey is still 0-1. I mean, nobody on the team can really do any damage to them.
Because the answer is, you want to outlast the Netherrealm and outlast the Blessing of the Moon Goddess.
Carl, alam kong bigat ang nararamdaman mo dahil nagka-injury ka. Gusto mo pa naman maging professional volleyball player. Pero, gusto ko lang malaman mo na ang mga pangarap ay nagbabago at lumalago. Hindi ka man makapag-pro sa volleyball, magiging daan naman yan para marapat ka sa esports. Dahil sa e-sport ang maadlol, magiging player ka sa Mobile Legends. Mula rito, huwag kang makapagpas sa mga bagay at hanggang gusto mo. Kahit ang malabo, subukan mo pa rin. Hindi mo malalaman kung kaya mo na itong gawin hanggat hindi ka mabang. Parang araw, bibigyan ka ng
you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting
Itadaanin pa sa mga tipitipitipikal. Paano kami hahabulin? Marami tong gasolina, lalamunin ang lahat ng dipital.
sanay sa ating maandugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Ang maong away ang sinugdanan. Di mo sugot madakpan pagbalik. Tanang agian kay dirit sumapalit. Ang init sa dughan kay dili mawakli. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin. Pilipino may giting nagniningning. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin. Pilipino may giting nagniningning.
could come back, ace this round, and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I feel. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to grace. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. What's up to the game? Shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I feel. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to grace. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah.
International Soul Alpha with a desperate play in the end, but the appraiser's wrath comes down, and OHEB is free hitting. Game number 2 will end with OHEB picking up a triple kill. Blacklist International keep on stomping. Deus Vult losing another game. That was a rough one.
This time, Blacklist coming in with a draft that is basically unkillable. They're not kiting for this one. They're pushing forward. They're challenging the Dark Knights. We know you won't have enough damage. Try as you might, but we're not going down. We got the Heal Man.
And the Hitman.
He's the nicest Hitman I've ever seen.
Yeah.
He's the only Hitman I've ever seen.
Good save, man. Good save. That could have been really, really scary, right?
That's normally how that works. So game number 2, full of action. What do you think, analysts?
You know what else he is? The only music recording artist that is also an MLBB athlete on the world stage.
So far.
Welcome back to the Analyst Stand at your service. My name is Leo, here with Wolf, breaking down game number 2 between Blacks International and Deus Vult. Folks, I hate to say, but this is a sequel to what we saw in game number 1 with but one twist. So you could say it might be a game 1.5.
Yeah, and it's borderline madness for me, you know?
Insanity.
Insanity, exactly. Because what they did was to try to utilize the same formula going up against Blacklist International. Evidently, it didn't work. And I think that with the Estes, it's even a more difficult task, right? You saw that the Tigreal was able to kind of, prevent them from dying. Estes literally is not going to have any problem in that game. Back-to-back, I mean, of course, this is game 1.5. 1.5, so same MVP.
Game 1B.
Game 1B, exactly.
And it's the same concept. The auto attacks from OHEB, able to overload the Netherrealm, able to disincentivize Hearth Guards.
Yeah.
And he had to just do better than great. He had to do better than what he did in game 1 and just follow the momentum, follow the flow. OHEB is on a whole nother level.
There was an improvement that Blacklist International did from yesterday when they went for the turtle fights. This time, actually, if you're going to be looking at Blacklist International, they're faster at the turtles. They're cleaner when it comes to taking care of their jungle. It's because of their heroes. And my God, Edward was phenomenal when it comes to zoning out their opponents in many moments in this game. We can see, again, lack of damage, dude. It's just how it feels. I mean, maybe the first 2 minutes you can't take them out. Look at the beautiful penalty zone, but no kills afterwards. It's just so difficult to fight if you're DEVU, even if you have all of these members. Eventually, they took out Renegade, but man, they got punished afterwards.
Yep, it's one thing to pick another lineup and work on your target acquisition, because that's one thing they had lacking from game one. But now, Blacklist just came in and fixed their issues, tightened up their screws, and came in and ended much, much sooner.
Yeah. I mean, you know for sure that this is going to happen. If you're going for the Brody Angela 1v1, well, it's not technically a 1v1, but you know what I'm getting at, right? Doing duels, it will win. But when it comes to full-blown skirmishes, especially when there's a looming Estes threat all the time and there's the Valentina Faramis, I think that that's just not gonna work. For DEVU, they should rethink this Faramis strategy and maybe not give the Valentina, or just don't get the Brody. Get a Claude instead.
So something tells me there's gotta be a see you soon versus Deus Volt-like switch within the EECA's Dark Knights. Coach Flysolos to come in and switch up the game, change the lineup completely. Looking at the emblem set, again, I am falling in love with Renegade's Estes emblem set. The fact that it's Quantum Charge means he's always combat ready.
Exactly. And the way that he can juggle between two lanes. I think that it happened so many times in this game where he was up top, helping out Oheb, and then eventually was in mid. They were controlling the Little Wanderer as well. He's just taken over maybe 75% of the map just because of the Quantum Charge in combination with the Wilderness Blessing.
I mean, say what you will about Sawo's Angela, it does also bring in quite a bit of map presence. Also rocking the Wilderness Blessing, able to cross rivers and jungles much, much faster, and then Hearthguard for the omnipresent threat. But from then on, again, it's literally a walking green dot. After your ult, you're a subpar wave clearer. It's difficult. You also are a somewhat vision getter, but that's not your problem. You have solid vision. You're able to engage and disengage at will, but where's the damage? Where's the follow-through?
Yeah, and when it comes to the other items, the other parts of the game that we have to talk about, I guess it's not just about the items now if you're looking at what Blacklist got, because it's standard. It's actually what they got in the previous game. But this time it's much faster. You can see around 7 minutes you already have the Radiant Armor, which now deals with or against the Brody as well as the Angela Faramis combo. I mean, I'm not saying that Radiant Armor deals with the Brody. It's just that they have Antikyras as well as Radiant Armor on Sensui at 7 minutes. Already, 7 minutes before the Lord fight, you already have 2 items to go up against the main damage dealers of DEVU.
And for DEVU, you see here they're building up towards what they did as well in game one. You see here the Sea Halberd on Carvey. You see the Durance on the way for Sawo, and the Durance already built on Sunset Lover. And of course, the anti-heal from Magister's Baksha. And this was against the Tigreal, and it was already difficult. What more against a lineup that actually likes to heal?
Exactly.
So Blacklist completely overloaded, used what they were good at, was getting real comfortable, and forced the issue. 14 minutes. It's a fast game compared to the average across all of M5, even in the knockout stage.
Yeah. Again, the stats that we were seeing, Kid Bomba as well as Coffee, they dealt the most damage, but it not net them anything, because when it comes to the overall macro of the gameplay of the game, they weren't able to get anything out of it. This is mainly because the early game wasn't won by DEVU. Brody Angela, they need to snowball. With Brody Angela with the Baksha, the win condition of that kind of composition is to win the game as soon as possible. Make sure that the SDs will not hit critical mass. Make sure that Bruno will not be able to take out your turrets. Unfortunately, it didn't happen at all.
It's basically breaking down a wall with a sledgehammer that keeps rebuilding itself. Or missing the wall entirely, because that's what Deus Volt's lineup was. It was a sledgehammer. And you needed to break through past the 8-9 minute mark and own that part of the game to be able to move on forward. We'll see here in the damage dealt exactly what they were packing. It's just that at some point they couldn't get through effective damage anymore.
Not at all. You can see that you have to look at the mid lane matchup. It's Sunset Lover versus UWeb V2. It's a Faramis versus the Valentina. Then the overall idea here for DEVU is to have this Faramis as well as the Angela. Well, guess what? Because they gave the Valentina for the side of Blacklist International, not only does Yue deal the damage, he also takes care of business when it comes to the sustain. Renegade, in combination with having the NetherRealm, imagine Estes as well as NetherRealm. How much sustain can you get? That's natural for Blacklist International.
Basically, everyone in Blacklist International is Masha.
Right.
Or Xborg, whichever you want to look at
that's
it.
Right? I agree.
That's why you gotta see DEVU. if that was not Blacklist's lineup, there would have been more kills. So this is a relatively low kill count game for a lineup like Deus Vult. So with that said, again, the onus is on Coach Fly Solo. The ball is in their court. How do they switch up their game?
I think that they're so convinced about this lineup after playing that in their first game and then playing it again in the second game. Maybe this is one thing what they have spent the night over. Like, let's pick the broad. It makes sense, don't get me wrong. But the thing is, there's just one ingredient that they need to really fix, which is, I'm gonna say it again, it's the Valentina. You win the Valentina is just so deadly. Surely you'll be scared about his Faramis or whatnot, but I think that giving him the Valentina is, at this point, like Assassin Dave would say, criminal.
Interesting how Valentina has dropped Rose and is now the villain once more in the metagame. With that said, it's now come to the point wherein Deus Vult has to play one game, one game at a time, win again and again and again. Ooh. They were in the same situation less than 24 hours ago against CU. Now, against Blacklist International, it's dire straits. What do they have to do in the draft, Wolf?
Well, Blacklist will buy the Assassins. They will now be another trade-off when it comes to utility jungle.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. Ace this run, fix this game now.
We are used to seeing a Filipino Grand Finals, but for M5, it's gonna be APBR with the Hive going up against Blacklist International with the Agents to gain the right to go to the Grand Finals, to gain the right to represent the Philippines in the M5 World Championship. Welcome to the panel area. This place is lit, fam. My name is Fulfil. Alongside me is Gideon, my Malaysian boy. How you doing?
Doing good. It's great to be back on the panel once again. We got an exciting matchup lined up for you guys. And for the first time in a very long time, there's only going to be one Filipino representative after this best of 5 to make it to the Grand Finals.
There's a lot we got to talk about because we saw
Hindi ko naiisip na nasa lower bracket kami. Kumbaga, one at a time talaga. Kasi kapag inisip ko nasa lower bracket ka, parang yung iba panghinaan ng loob kasi isang ano na lang, isang buhay na lang or kinakabahan, ganun. Para sa akin, pag naglalaro kami, wala. All in talaga every game.
Just like our run on MPL ID, we're always down 2-0. We are in the lower bracket but we're still fighting. At the end of the day, every game have an impact. So we just have to do our best every game, each game.
For teams that fall short, it would be another one-year wait before redemption.
Everything is a kitchen sink to send the home ground.
I feel pretty sad about the lose, considering we already lost to the upper bracket 0-3 before to a Indonesian team, and then we lost to Blacklist also 0-3. It's pretty sad, but now I understand that what I did this time just wasn't enough. But I'm looking to win the next time series that I go to for sure.
This time, Blacklist International is one step away from reliving their success in M3.
I'm very happy and proud of my team because we've come this far. Especially it's our first season being a 5-man of Blacklist, and I'm just really happy and super proud of my team for coming this far. I think we're very happy right now and very confident that we can reach Grand Finals.
In the upper bracket, the same can be said for APBR. After failing to secure top 2, this next match would be their last hope. In this lower bracket final, it is a clash of the best. Who will get the ticket to the grand final? Who will be better than great? It all comes down to this. M-Series hopefuls across the board. One has to go home. And it's a PH versus PH lower bracket final. What is up, guys? On behalf of Renmar, it's us, the We Bear Bros, Naisu, Leo, Wolf. How we feeling?
It's my first time on the desk, and I'm glad to be at your service for this best of 5 between the two Filipino teams that we have crowned over the past few years. The stakes have never been higher.
I feel great. I'm seeing everybody here at the stadium, and everybody's just very happy, very excited about what's going to happen. It's just sad that it's a lower bracket Filipino, all-Filipino final, but it is what it is. MLBB action.
That's how it has to be, right? But before we talk about the matchup, of course, we have to thank our sponsors. The M5 World Championship is powered by Moonton, presented by Kadia, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone. Grab, the official super app partner. Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Thank you to all our sponsors. M5 would not be possible without all of your support.
Special shout out as well to our global presenting partner, Kadia. Kadia is a giga project, a city that is being built in Saudi Arabia. It is the future capital of entertainment, sports, and culture.
And there's more. For all you guys, once again, watching at home or watching with us here, the M5 Pass, it's still ongoing. Unlock the Yuzhong M5 exclusive Dragon Shade skin, the Prime Cosmic Dragon skin. When you buy the M5 Pass, you can accomplish all the activities to get level 75 for free, of course. So there's tons of M5 exclusive rewards waiting for you and your friends. Don't forget, you can gift the pass as well. Gentlemen, in just moments, we will be getting ready for this matchup. I feel like, Wolf, you mentioned some people were hoping, once again for the Filipino versus Filipino grand final. Well, this time we don't get that, right? We have it in the lower bracket final.
But we're sure that the Filipino team will be there at the grand finals anyways. For right now, we're going to get the best out of our region and then pit it against the best of Indonesia.
It's bittersweet, this matchup right here. But again, we get the treat that we were looking for early, a night sooner.
Can't wait to see it unfold, but before that, and before we welcome the teams, let's go ahead and welcome out our marshals once again for tonight to officiate the M5 World Championship. We have, of course, our marshals making their way onto the stage. They're here to ensure the fairness and integrity of the games for, once again, Ivan, Wilbert, Patrick, and Shun. These guys have been doing an outstanding job leading us through, and now, quick to get back on their feet after a sweep from the Sky Kings. The Bees take flight, hoping to break a code that they've once cracked and return to the M-Series Grand Final stage. Hive, Rise, and Buzz for the epic comeback of APBR.
The process that they started a year ago, since July, this roster has developed so much, and here they are, wanting to take it a step further.
And their opponents, after a flawless victory earlier today, the Code Breakers are all in to finish their lower bracket run and secure their 3rd consecutive Grand Final M-Series appearance. Agents break the code for Blacklist International!
In hand, a trophy they won in Singapore years ago. They found their form, and really, did we ever leave the age of black?
And of course, to guide the teams to victory, the minds behind it all for APBR, Coach Ducky, Coach Brandon for Blacklist International, Coach Master the Basics, and Coach Dexstar. As they get prepped and ready for this lineup, how are we feeling? What are we thinking here in terms of the approach to the series?
The last time we saw these two teams clash with the same gravity, with the same significance, was in EVM about a couple months ago. And then it was APBR who came up on top. But now it's all on the line. No holds barred. The only team that leaves this matchup with a dub is the only team that can go for that 2-time world championship.
We're gonna see exactly who that is, but real quick, APBR, let's reintroduce him once again. Super Marco, Kyle TZ, Flap TZ, Few, and Ogwin.
And we know for sure that they wanted to get back to the grand finals, have another date against ONIC Esports, but right now, for the 3rd time, at least this year, or this half of the year, we're gonna be looking towards fighting against Blacklist International. And APBR for sure, we know that this is a team that's really, really strong, right? It seems like ONIC Esports just had their number earlier, but now they have to get back on their feet.
they got to make a quick adjustment, right? They have to, again, after that sweep, and really just focusing on the objectives they have to focus on to approach the game. Now, once again, Blacklist International, we saw them earlier today come out with a win. It's OHEB, Sensui, Edward, Yue, and Renege. This lineup has improved so much over these months alone.
Everything they've done throughout their lower bracket run, starting yesterday with the very aggressive Geek Fam, they figured that out. Against DEVU's DEVU Gaming, they figured that out. Now against their nemesis, the rivals from MPL Philippines Season 12, they have to evolve even more. They have to rewrite the code once again, and I think they can do it. All the more that they've got a fresh start. Again, they won with a 3-0. They got the rest, they got the break. Going up against APBR, I think they watched that match very closely.
Very important to watch that match, as well as how they recover, right? For APBR, you're looking at their stats so far. They have been leading almost all of the basic stats that we have: KDA, damage per minute, goal per minute. But when it comes to the hero pool, Blacklist International have one more hero above APBR. I'm curious to see if there will be a lot of experiments for this best of 5 series. I think that because it's so important, you kind of don't want to experiment anymore. You're going to be bringing out the big guns. Maybe we can skip the Odettes. Maybe we skip the Florins. You know, all of these heroes that do not look like they can win the games against each other.
Yeah, again, Odette was a big point of talk, I guess, from the last series that we saw, and it didn't work out, right? But that's not to say that, you know, if you want to go with some experimentation, at least in game 1, I would say game 1. If you want to approach it that way, go for it. Again, whoever starts on the right foot here, that's where we see momentum. And given the fact that, as well, APBR being massively ahead and struggling. Oh, by the way,
whoa,
we know who he's supporting. Oh, Renege.
By God, I didn't think this would be the day I would see a Kosi Doggy wearing a Blacklist International jersey.
Wow, that's
support.
That's the support, of course. I mean, like, this is surprising, and of course, I mean, come on.
What do we call this support? What do we? The all Filipino desk. What do we do?
Yeah.
There's no prediction here.
I'm happy that Lafel also joined us.
I didn't even notice that. He did.
He did join us.
Only Gideon went 3-2 with APBR.
All right.
In a stadium full of agents, I wouldn't dare predict.
Yeah.
Hey, there's one thing. At least you can't say we're biased, right? I mean, these are 2 Filipino teams. So.
You're right.
It's clear who my favorite players are, but when it comes down to the competition, we call it down the wire.
Yeah, and you know, really, when we talk about these 2 teams, exactly how they fall into place here for the lower bracket final, there's a lot of things that you could point out, right, in their journey up to this point. But I think, yeah, you guys pretty much pointed it out. You had a lot of time to kind of readjust, refine things, get things situated. Now, how quick can you make that adjustment, right, from their kind of varying series earlier that they've had? That's kind of what is up to play here between both of them. And of course, we can always talk about the draft, the individual skill level when it comes lane to lane, you know, how that comparison goes. But even for me, I would really focus even in the mid lane, right? One of the matchup here, Few versus Yue. And I know they mentioned this earlier, the fact that maybe Haji comes in, but still, I think Yue's been doing an amazing job up to this point. Do you feel like he's at his peak to be able to go and match up against Few right now?
At his peak, maybe I cannot answer that. I'm pretty sure that he is on an upward trajectory when it comes to his improvements. Like when we saw Yue perform in MSC, we were so impressed. And then MPLPH Season 12, we are equally impressed. And now the M5 World Stage, he is performing so well. So I don't know if that's the peak anymore, but I'm sure that it's an upward trajectory for Mr. Yue.
Again, in the metagame that is filled with Lilia, Valentina, and Faramis, Yue is a part of that argument. But consider this. Few has been playing this game. Few has been a part of this ecosystem, MLBB Sports, even before it was established. Yue is likely one of the kids who would call him his idol.
For sure.
So best believe this meeting here in the lower bracket, in the finals, in this M5 world stage, it's fated. It's destiny.
Destiny or not, we're going to find out here. Jumping into the draft. Game number 1 in this best of 5 lower bracket final. Blacklist International, APBR, prepped and ready once again, going through the ringer up to this point. They've got another obstacle ahead of them, and we'll see how things fall into place once again. Ban-wise, a little bit, you know, difference here, but a lot of familiarity as well. Fredrin, Valentina taking out Baksha for APBR on the blue. Over on the red, we have Blacklist International taking out the Guinevere, the Joy, the Nolan.
Yep. Bruno as well as Faramis open for Blacklist International. You don't want to, obviously you don't want to give the Valentina to Yue because how strong he is. Matilda now being picked up by APBR now, Red J special for sure. Now they will get the Akai, the winning hero that they used when they went up against Geek Fam Indonesia, quickly banned and sorted out by DEVU, but that did not net them the series victory anyways. So I'm thinking like Bruno Akai here for Blacklist. Oh, Lilia.
Okay. Lilia picked up. This is something that, I mean, she is priority, but oftentimes, you know, you don't see this exactly right now. Is this a smart choice? Pick up the Lilia and the Kai for now, and all you see is the Matilda?
For sure. It's a US special. You know for sure that the Faramis is going to be a consideration for APBR, as well as your typical marksman. There's consideration of getting the 1-1 now, but knowing APBR, after seeing what they saw in the previous series, maybe they might just go for the Claude instead for this particular slot.
Coach Dev did do well to cover up their bases, denied the Claude very often, but it looks like it doesn't matter. Again, if it's open and you have that mid lane trio to activate the 1-1, make Super Marco's lane a little easier to hit and get online, then by all means.
It's going to be the Claude immediately answered by Blacklist International. I think at this stage of the tournament, this is what you may notice. There will be only 3 heroes that they may be picking up in the marksman role. The 1-1, the Bruno, and the Claude. They're just going to be shuffling between those 3 heroes because they need to win the games. Like, obviously, the Brodies, your Brodies, your Beatrix, they can win you games, right? But when it comes to like winning an entire series, you have to get to those all reliable carry heroes.
Yeah, it's funny too, because when you look at it, right, even in the previous series, you saw how much focus was on Super Marco's lane, right? It was choked out to the point where, once again, he was so far behind in terms of the gold-to-gold matchup in the gold lane that it really, you know, stopped them from doing what they had to do to stay in that game. And so that can be a similar game plan here. But once again, those picks locked in, we have to focus on the XP lane, right? The impact lane right now is currently in the M5. It plays a huge role here.
Yeah, I'm thinking about like Lapu-Lapu or Kali, these heroes that are played in a role where you're an XP lane, but you're also an assassin in a way, right? But at the same time, the Terizla should be a consideration for both teams, since the Terizla is a hero that's good against the Claude, good against the 1-1 as well. And I like the fact that APBR will be denying sustained heroes now, because that is what 1-1 doesn't want to face.
So now I'm wondering, do they allow the Minotaur? The Minotaur is still out there. If both teams are looking for an XP laner, it's very clear that Blacklist actually need a roamer. You have to activate a Yue. You have to allow for them to, again, be ready for these false collapses, fall away team fights, fade away team fights. So I'm wondering if that's going to be possible with what's left on the board after Coach Ducky and Coach Bren are done banning.
Oh, there's the Khalid, as we talked about. You know, it's been making waves, or sand waves, if you will, throughout M5, of course.
Love it.
Thank you. Let's see if this last ban is actually that Minotaur, because I think one of the questions is, you know, Hitman becoming the heel man. There's been a mixture of his own playstyle so far. Is Minotaur that answer for APBR to ban out?
Or the Rafaela, maybe?
Either.
Either will be great. And obviously the Minotaur is a hero that Claude doesn't want to face. That means that if it is let go, Blacklist are going to be inclined to pick that up, their 4th pick. Or maybe they, maybe the answer is have Edward be the flex hero, or the hero that will have the complete answers, which is the traditional trajectory for Blacklist International. Good call.
There it is. Yep. Going to be banned out once again. Minotaur taking another picture alongside that Estes pick. So heel man, what's left for him? You know, Rafaela. That's about
Rafaela and Tigreal, perhaps.
We don't want to mention the Florin.
Nope, that's a bad word.
Okay.
For now, at least. Again, Florin hasn't been performing very well here in the world stage. Looking at Blacklist again, I agree. Maybe Flex Edward. The Arlo hasn't been banned yet.
The
Arlo.
Yeah.
Arlo is pretty solid.
Yeah, Red J also likes that.
You overload the CC.
Yep.
You overload the Purify.
It has a combo with Akai as well.
I will choose my own.
Very good. Well done.
Well done. It's picked up here.
I know my Abunjinjing. I know my Hitmans.
Makes sense though, right? I mean, go ahead and pick it up. It also helps you kind of deal with if there's the instance where, you know, you have your guiding winds to kind of play against, and the movement speed and everything else from APBR, at least you have another option, right? But still, you got to work around, once again, the heavy spin being able to find out these lockdowns yourself. So, what are the next two responses here?
There could be a Minotaur for the side of APBR, as well as maybe a
banned out.
It's banned out. Oh, it is. I think Tigreal.
Tigreal, there you go.
For,
another
for Ogwen. At the same time, maybe they want to go Kaja instead.
Oh, but Kaja has very low win rate.
Yeah.
But the thing is, okay.
Whoa.
Because Blacklist International can pick up a Diggy in their last pick.
So this is like that, sort of that double mage setup. Once again, you know, you have the Matilda, you have the Novaria, right? Working together this time around. And so what's the answer here from Blacklist?
I'm thinking Diggy, in fact, because it's a hero that will really just solve the problems for Blacklist International. They can like group up, especially because they already have the Arlot as well as the Akai anyways. Maybe a safer route could be the Tigreal for Mr. Renegade.
Yeah, one or the other. The other is more defensive, but more proactive when it comes to vision. The other can turn around fights.
Oh, wow.
They pick up
How about neither?
We've kind of forgot about Angela.
I would have thought that APBR would have taken that instead of the Novaria because that's a good combo. But then, Angela Claude, classic combo as well. It's almost like a Diggy. Well, the Diggy helps you survive the crowd control, but the Angela allows for you to just tank up. And it has a great combo with the Claude anyways.
Interesting. It's going to be really the execution factor here as we look at both of these lineups working certain ways from the early game. Of course, the transition, the rotations, very important here. And I gotta say too, man, the Akai performance so far from Sensui has been on point. Is Kyle Teasy ready to match up once again as we get ready to load up into game one here, the lower bracket final, APBR, Blacklist International. The agents are here, the Hive is here. Which one will pull through in the series as we start game one?
Looking out for these early rotations. Again, both teams have been on the receiving end and the aggressive end of these early starts. Sensui on the purple, Kyle starting up orange. Bit of a kite for black.
And obviously, when it comes to the Lord fights, it's going to be another classic retreat battle. Fortunately for the Martis, he does have the crowd control immunity. And Ogwen, interestingly, only picked up didn't have the EXP earlier on. But anyways, he's trying to mind fight in the middle.
Yeah. Again, pressure like early on, this point, you know, at this point, it could change the course of the early game at least. Real quick though, emblems, anything sticking out besides all this poke?
Well, nothing much really. Maybe this Master Assassin on the 1-1, perhaps. This is the first time probably that you see this. Typically you go firmness or tenacity, right? But he went for the Master Assassin.
Ogwen in the back, drawing first blood underneath tier 2 as Yui was trying to recall home.
That's what I was saying, man. You know, you put on the pressure early on, it can change the course of this early game, especially talking about a lot of this rotation for both these teams. Still the focus that APBR wants to keep the pressure going, even against Sensui, right? Try to get any lead that you can work around, especially that first objective, the turtle. A lot of the teams here against APBR, sometimes they find it out, sometimes they let it slip through. But I feel like Blacklist International, they want to just go ahead, contest all these things, right?
Yep.
Give it up to them the best they can, try to win these early fights if they can. Now, typically, Wolf, when we see the Angela pop through, it's a little more passive, right? The play style here. And even the variation, we've seen Angela's pickup focusing Mark. This time around, it's not. It's the Imperial Rage.
I guess the idea here for Blacklist International is to go classic Ube. Wait for 7 minutes, wait for 8 minutes, and then fight afterwards.
Here we go.
A lot of
Turtle
the teams
already
here
out.
against
Slight pull for
APBR.
APBR. Heavy spin spent out by Sensui already. Edward flickering on up. Kyle Teasy pops him with a decimate. Renegade flickering on through. There's a puppet on the strings. APBR putting up bodies in between them and Blacklist. Turtle scored. APBR.
Great force out coming out from Flap TZ, forcing the heavy spin while only using his flicker. He can get back to the fight. Then, we know for sure that Cal TZ had a micro objective battle against Sensui the Lizard, where they had a retry battle that favored Cal TZ eventually. That meant that Kyle TZ had easier access to level 5, and Sensui not having the heavy spin and a level disadvantage, he just decided, I will not fight.
Yeah, I feel like as you're Blacklist International here and you're working against, let's say, the lineup of APBR, right? The tools that they have vision, They have utility in terms of mobility, right, with the Matilda pick. That's really what's going to favor them early on. Once again, as Blacklist International tries to build up here, trying to buy some time, of course, that's the thing with Claude, right? You need to be able to build up on this Claude real quick because items are falling into place.
Yep.
Anything here happening, Wolf, sticking out?
Maybe the defense is going to be important. Sensui, interestingly, will try to fight this purple. Gets it, actually.
Yep, spends his retribution. The Astro Echo spots a few. Sensui displaced, forcing a heavy spin. Circling Eagle knocking up 2. 3 members of Blacklist push back into their jungle.
Wow.
A disengage.
Yeah, they get out with it.
He gets away with it. Literally just walking in front of the members of APBR, gets out with the help of his teammates. And then all of a sudden he equalized, because I was just about to say that Blacklist International kind of needs to secure levels onto Sensui, which means that they need to secure the jungle again. The fact that they got a purple buff away from APBR, that's pretty massive in terms of their recovery.
Gentlemen, I can't believe it. He committed Grand Theft Purple with 0 punishment. Now up top, Renegade in trouble. Circling Eagle committed by Ogwin.
Wow.
That's enough damage. Kyle Teasy using the Decimate. Now it's Oheb's turn. BMI on out. Staying underneath his turret. AP Bren pushing the advantage. Going up about 2,000 gold ahead. Super Marco looking to take to the skies. Blazing Duet versus the Crossbow Tang. Marco wins.
Oh, that's tough, right? You Blazing Duet, but unfortunately, you can't shoot up too much into the air there with the airtime. Now, once again, Turtle gonna be up here, second one of the game. Blacklist in position.
It was all horizontal. We need to go vertical. Edward gets the heart guard in him. The hitman healing him up. Not enough. Ogwin gets the kill. Turtle still standing, down to a 5th of its health. Blacks International with the pull. Kyle Deasy coming in with the steal. Sensui backing off. Still has a heavy spin in check. They disengage, losing 100%, going over to AP.
Great decision from APBR to turn onto heroes first, as they have found an opening onto Edward. You can say that Renegade's usage of the ultimate might have been a second too late. That meant that even after the shields, the damage output of APBR was enough, and then the Rentry battle won by Kyle Teasy. It's definitely APBR's early game now.
Yeah, speaking of early game, once again, at this point in the game, you're nearly 4K ahead. Blacklist International, the way they want to adjust to this is, again, buy some time, let scaling happen here. But still also, the other thing as well is UA, right? Usually when you see these Lilias, they pop out a ton of damage, but he's going to kind of have to wait for that. He has to wait for some of these setups to happen, which is on the shoulders right now of mostly Edward with his Arlot pick. But you can see AP Bren just not really given a chance for them to breathe, right? They want to continue on.
Super Marco putting quite a bit of damage onto Oheb. AP Bren have done more than just checking. In terms of an MMA fight, they've been stepping forward, looking for these feints, looking for these sweeps, and that's what explains this 5K gold lead, 5-0 at 6. And even if Blacklist got a solid haymaker, a solid check under the chin, stealing a purple, AP Bren didn't even need it.
Yeah. Like RTC is in the zone right now, I would say. The way that he utilizes the ultimate is always pixel perfect. You wouldn't think that it will be enough to get kills, but so far his 2 kills were well-calculated usage of the Decimate.
Ooh, few hits. Swiping away, Kyle Teasy putting Sensui down, half health. Hogan pushing them back. This mid lane in tier 1 is the only one standing left for AP Bren, the slow assault.
So given this situation, we're seconds away here from the last turtle of the game. Is Blacklist International better just giving this up? Wolf, let it be. Just give it up, get ready for the Lord.
Yeah, absolutely. If they can defend by not dying, go for that. But if they will lose more in defending turrets or defending like turtles, it's absolutely not going to be worth it. Sensui might try to go for this, but Kyle is level 10 and he gets poked. That's it.
Yeah. That's 3 spotted. Sensui used the heavy spin, pinning Super Marco. Dashing on through, clearing it off. Cleansing it. Edward in trouble. Taken to the skies with the
Wow.
Gonna go in. And there it is. Crossbow Tang jumping through. Yue gets popped by Flapteasy, knocking him out behind tier 2. And with that, AP Bren forced the advantage. Couple of kills, plus a turtle.
Still going to be putting the pressure there in the mid lane. We'll get the tier 1. But that was Sensui starting that, trying to get a possible steal if he could, but just completely zoned out, because right now that is the difference, that gold, that economy in favor of AP Bren right now.
The Filipino cannon! Popping away, putting him into a 10th of his health! What was that?
Ooh, that is Snowball, ladies and gentlemen, with the deadly blade. Or the Sea Halberd, I mean.
All the way.
All the way for Flapteasy. No defense items whatsoever. He wants to go for the quick annihilation, knowing full well that OHEB does only have a sprint. Later on, with the sprint being popped, his flicker will be even more deadly. Flicker combo against OHEB will be going to be difficult to deal with later on.
That's the thing too, you see how many items there are from APBR to deal with that sustainability, you know, from the Angela pick. There's 3 now on them. They're all ready to pretty much fight in these skirmishes, and that's why, once again, the Heart Guard really hasn't had much of an impact, right? They continue to whittle down, and then when the Heart Guard's supposed to be there, it's not providing enough healing because of the itemization from APBR. They further the lead. Sensui, though, will be able to get the orange as he backs off once again. Blacklist really trying to hold on to any of the real estate they can on their side of the map, but right now, you can see the power of this lead.
Yeah, definitely. Even APBR just taking over the jungle of Blacks International, they can't do anything about it, but fortunately, Sensui had the guts to use the Retribution, steals it away. Look at that Astral Spear hitting onto 2, putting them at below 50% HP with just 1 shot. Oh!
Again, right? This is why Novaria, for the longest time, has been prioritized, right? Vision, poke potential, increasing the hitbox even, and now with everything, APBR's going to be able to go ahead and just grab themselves this Lord as well. Blacklist International still not positioned to really deal with this. UA just picking up the Ice Queen wand here. Yeah. They're very far behind in terms of itemization. Super Marco picking up a big defensive item pickup, the Wind of Nature.
I gotta say though, this is not the first time the Blacklist International were put in this very bad spot.
That's right.
Just yesterday, they overcame, what, a 10K gold lead, 12K gold lead? And now, they have the heroes to actually win this game. They have the Claude Angela, Lilia for the defense, and Akai for a win condition pin down.
If you're talking about lessons, Wolf, APBR had the same lead.
That's true.
A massive lead. So now they're pushing the advantage. They're getting on the offensive because they have to.
Exactly.
They have to. So either way, once again, Blacklist International still could hold on much longer. It is only 10.5 minutes in. They got to make quick work of the Lord top side. They have the tools to stay in the game, at least extended. OHEB also has to be very careful on this approach. You can see as well, damage is there. They're going to deal with the Lord here.
Astral Echo thrown out, spotting 3. This is an odd and awkward position for an Angela. They don't like being in the front lines like this. Ogwin setting it up, looking for that circling eagle, waiting for it to go off of cooldown, does not engage. A successful defense by Black.
That will inflate APBR's lead to 9.8K, but it will not end the game yet. What they can do right now is to clear out the jungle, make sure that Blacklist International will have to group up and just stay for scraps, just dividing all of those gold that they get from the minions that are incoming and not get any more from the jungle creeps.
Well, they deal with these shots here. Once again, looking at the items, you can see, right, OHEB needs a lot of time. He's only got the Demon Hunter Sword. He's got the Golden Staff here. Most likely will be able to grab the Wind of Nature next. But still, that's the thing, right? Working alongside the fact that you are down this far behind, the approach you have to take is you got to be kind of cautious, careful. Ogwin constantly putting the pressure here with the Circling Eagle for Blacklist International, and that's why the positioning is so important. Even looking across the map, looking at the positioning of APBR, they want to punish a misstep from Blacklist International to possibly end the game early, right? They don't want to extend it too far. They go for Sensui. He's at the front, but he's going to be fine. The pokes come through, though.
Something about Few here in game number 1 tells me he's in it to win it. He's been catching Blacklist International with 4-man, 5-man Astral Recalls on a constant basis. 12 minutes in, I think there have been 4 or 5 big-ticket ults from this Novaria. Yeah. And it's going to help with the check. It's going to help make this 22nd Lord coming up all the more important because the turn is going to be almost impossible for Blacklist.
See Edward now picking up the Radiant Armor, much needed. And one thing that I noticed, how Blacklist International plays so far, then stage 2 of knockouts, Renjay never leaves OHEB's side. But this time, picking up the Angela means that you actually can leave OHEB behind.
Ooh, Platizi playing footsies, checking who else is with Edward here. Spots Renjay in the back, throwing out a Circling Eagle. They back out.
Again, I think at this point still, given the difference here, yeah, the Retru is going to be used. So I don't feel like they actually want to go ahead and fight. Obviously, this Lord, APBR's got that information as well. They can go ahead and clear this.
Going for the blitz, slight pull. AP Bren with a clear lead, melting the lure down to a 5th, a 6th, an 8th, a 10th. Clearly, AP Bren in control here. 10K ahead, 7-0, 13 minutes in.
Ogwen does not find him. And a very nice idea coming up from AP Bren. They forced the retribution, and knowing full well that the Blacklist International didn't have the retribution too, that means that they could fight, couldn't fight around the Lord area. That's a quick take coming up from AP Bren. How good is their push though? We're gonna see. As they're slowly pushing the middle, they're kind of freezing it so that all of the lanes will come up together. Unfortunately, the bottom lane is gonna go first.
Well, Edward using the final slash. So still, they got to deal with the lanes. Lord now on the top side. AP Bren wants to get these base turrets down. It's going to start up top.
Another big 5-man lateral Astral Echo. The pull, the dash, the jump. Edward moving on through. Agent Zero. Spell tapping through. Forcing out of black shoes. Flap Teasy taking a few hits there. Inside the base now. The Blazing Duet coming in. Edward popped, dropped, and not going to be able to stop this push from AP Bren. 13K ahead, barreling through. Up next on the docket, bottom lane. Blacks International going to be able to defend, clear that wave. Only one inhibitor falls.
They hold on to at least a little bit longer. Bottom turret, one hit away here. But Blacklist International, you can see they're starting to get the damage online, especially for OHEB. But can they hold on longer?
The jump in. Another black shoes, a heavy spin. Pinning down Flap Teasy. Gonna take him down. But Sensui pays the iron price. Marco taking down an inhibitor in mid. Down bottom as well. Sensui's not here to half through and split these waves. But it looks like he's gonna slow down. Unless AP Bren waiting for a wave in mid. The Astral Echo spots the 4 remaining members of Black. The circling. Good eye sniper. Few finds one. 3 defenders left underneath the base. There's a solid wave. Renegade coming through. Heart Guard is going to be enough. Path Easy wailing away at the base. OHEB goes down. Few pops him. And now the base stands alone with 2 members of Black, 1 member of Black. No more. It's a wipeout. AP Bren takes game 1.
And it looks like they've adjusted very quickly from the previous series. They came out swinging in a decisive game number 1. They take this game, they take the series 1-0.
If you look back at that game, there's no overextension, no overheating coming out from AP Bren. Very disciplined, getting all of those OP heroes that we have, the 1-1. Again, the Matilda as well, very strong combo. Martes coming up from Galtizi just on point, no mistakes, well-calculated usage of the Decimate. And then, of course, Few on the Navaria. Still, you know, with the hawk eye, or eagle eye, Few is there.
It was on point, right? Again, why they love to take that Navaria, but we'll leave it to, what was that, the Malaysian brothers over there on the panelist stand. Go ahead and break down this game number 1.
Thank you very much to our Filipino brothers on the desk, where I gotta say, looking at this game, amazing performance coming in from AP Bren, where Ogwen as well as Few, in my personal opinion, created a lot of space, and Kyle Teasy was there to execute whenever a member is low, or the moment when Blacklist International tried to stay a little bit longer. I would say the space control coming in from AP Bren was splendid.
Absolutely, but that's not all, right? When we look at Blacklist International's overall style of composition, truly, is it an all for one, or is it a one for all? And it definitely felt like it was based to play around their mid as well as their gold laner here. But you got to give credit where credit is due. AP Bren, solid game through and through from draft all the way to the finish. I'm pretty sure we both know who the MVP of this game is going to be.
Well, with that being said, we're going to look at the MVP of this game. The MVP is going over to Ogwen, where again, like I said, the way that he controlled the space, I got to say, the members of AP Bren, they're very free to walk around everywhere because Ogwen is poking, Ogwen is figuring out where everyone is. He's an enabler, and he enables everything.
All around a nice guy, man. I mean, that's the thing with Matilda. It's not like Grok where it's an emphasis of your opponent's mistakes. It gives you the confidence to make plays, make a mistake, and it'll be totally fine, especially if Ogwen is going to be on your side with this Matilda to save you at the end of the day. And I think it's even more emphasized once we start jumping into the highlights.
Yeah, we're going to look at the highlights where, again, the way that AP Bren played around, it all starts around the Riverside because they're making sure that Blacklist International has a clear line on the ground that you can't move forward. And we got to say, Ogwen again, moving around, giving space, giving vision. But I want to talk about Few as well. Few also giving vision, but more so giving the damage, making it so that before the fight even starts, it's not a good idea to engage.
Well, I mean, there was a couple of problems, right? We're hoping that Renegade is able to keep everybody topped up, clean, but the laning phase was absolutely ruined so fast into the game. And that's where you see this huge wave of momentum coming up from the side of APBR, especially around types of fights where you're hoping that, at least for OHEB, he's put back enough time, 3 minutes worth of time, that they're not able to get to their eventual power spike.
I feel like we got to jump on what Wolf said as well on the pick and bans coming in from APBR, where the draft coming in from APBR is super solid, where they got a lot of S-tier heroes, the Matilda, the 1-1, even the Novaria, even though it's like not number 1 or number 2, but again, a very solid hero.
Very good considerations overall, and yes, initially you're thinking about lane priority. You're thinking about ways to kind of control the lanes, right? Have ways to move together as a team, which is very much like Blacklist International wants to play. However, when you have strong laners, and more importantly, once we start looking at some of these post-game stats, let's look at the emblems and keep in mind, this is not a normal thing that we usually see. Usually it's from the Cambodian side, right? Super Marco taking Master Assassin, but not only that, Flapteezy deciding to take that as well. They were looking to hurt their lane as much as they could.
Yeah, I kind of feel like on all fronts, Blacklist International was not having a comfortable game because, again, looking at how they've been moving around the map, where I kind of feel like, I remember one time when Sensui was using the heavy spin down at the bottom side of the turtle, and then Flapteezy was able to flicker out of that. After that, it looked like Blacklist International had no way to get into the fight because their idea is to scale onto OHEB, let OHEB do a lot of damage when it comes to the late game, especially because they have the Lilia as well as the Claude. They should be able to get to that stage of the game, but again, the early game, brutal.
Absolutely, right? And it's emphasized more once you start looking at the laners who did get ahead, like Super Marco. How do you catch him exactly, right? You have ways to break his inbuilt Purify, but at the same time, you have no real means of locking him down. Worst yet, when you have Ogwyn to supplement that as well, it becomes almost impossible to find that lockdown. He basically gets to play the game for free, dash around as much as he likes, and not really get punished for it at all. And let's not forget about Flapteezy, the fact that he's able to build full damage and get away with it, especially when you're up against an Arlot, is one thing to behold, but at the same time, nobody on the side of Blacklist International is looking to punish him.
Let me tell you, Gideon, I feel like this is their idea, where they're like, you know what? Just now it didn't go well. So this game, we chose violence. Speaking of violence, you were talking about Flapteezy here having full damage items. I really feel like in this composition, they want to make sure that Blacklist International, they don't get to play their tempo. Because Blacklist, just like what Wolf said, wait to the 7 to the 8 minute of the game where they can start grouping up, where they can start moving as a unit. They just break them up. They force Blacklist International to go into 1v1 5-man style.
Yeah, and that's the best part, right? It gets really, really messy in these types of fights, and based on the items that we're seeing, that Blacklist is playing the atypical style, hey, we gotta slow it down. We need to scale. We need to play around OHEB with losing lanes and not to mention neutral objectives that are basically just a free fight for APBR. It really begs the question, was this the right choice when they walked into the draft of looking to put Renegade once again on an Angela, make him the heal man when he's really the hit man?
But we gotta look at the rich guy, Super Marco, 896 gold per minute to carry, Few 82,000 damage dealt, Sandbag Sensui 113,000 damage taken. Looking at this game, I kind of feel like this is what APBR have cooked up specifically for Blacklist. We're gonna look at the damage dealt here, and this is why I want to talk about Ogwyn as well as Few doing a lot for this team. Even though Ogwyn is the roamer, he's doing quite a lot of poke damage, the same thing as Few, making it so that Blacklist, as a team that is full of discipline, they have a rough idea how much HP they need to move forward. So as long as they keep Blacklist International under a certain threshold, making it so that they're not going to be able to move in front, I feel like that's the name of the game. Just get them low enough so that they can't do anything.
And I love the way that you put it, the threshold that needs to be put. If you look at the damage taken, we're looking at the people who got it the worst. And obviously, Sensui is a prime target, taking 100% of the Team 5 participations. But worst yet, what about Edward? He was already struggling in lane, and not to mention that he will always have to come in second to last during these fights, and yet still have the responsibility to set this fight up, maybe even sometimes clean it up.
the way that I see it, it's like Blacklist International, they want to have steps. They want to have a ladder. AP Bren went to the second step, crushed it, making sure that you cannot connect the first and the third spot. So I kind of feel like Blacklist, they got to see this coming for the next match. Whatever the draft is, they got to make sure that their side laners, the EXP as well as the gold lane, is going to be a little bit more comfortable, especially because Master Assassins on both lanes, that's innovation, man. Even I haven't thought of that. We haven't seen a lot of that in this M5.
We don't know whether it's going to be the most efficient way to play the game, but it definitely gives us an indication that they want to win their lanes harder than possible. And it helps when you have mid lane to kind of guide their way, most likely to either slow them down. And this has been quite notorious for both this match and the previous best of fives. If you're low, you better start walking to your tier 2s because these roamers do not care and will force you to walk back every single inch back to the base.
Actually, now I have a different analogy because Leo was talking about how Blacklist is like a wall. Yeah, you don't have time to pick up the bricks. AP Bren, like Wolf, just keeps blowing it down.
Every single time?
Every single time.
It's like they're on a skateboard looking at a kickflip every single time. It's crazy how fast they actually move.
You know what? Going on around M5 World Championship here, we got a lot of watch parties going around. I'm having fun here, honestly, but I want to see the watch party around the Philippines, so I haven't been there. Have you been there?
I haven't been to any of them, actually, but I've heard a lot.
Well, with that being said, let's watch the watch party.
Welcome to the M5 Watch Fest, kung saan sabay-sabay nating mapapanood ang laban ng mga pinakamalakas na MLBB players mula sa iba't ibang sulok ng mundo.
Pinas lang malakas! Pinas lang malakas!
Pinas lang malakas!
Pinas lang malakas! Kasamang kabugera!
Marami tayong games, marami tayong surprises, at maraming intense matches.
Sisimula pa lang tayo. Look at your face, so kabado. Dito sa aming teritoryo. Can't get this ground sa amin ito.
Dami mo daw sinasabi pero ba't na yun di ka mapakali? Panay lang ang kamot sa anit at kahit alam mo na di naman tumakate. Dugo pati laway at pangit tumulo. Akala mo ba lahat tumadali? Hindi nagmamadali. Akitin ng hagdan na talagang matare. Ganyan talaga ang mga batang Pinas. Pinas lang malakas!
Once again, welcome back here. Game number 1 has just ended between AP Bren and Blacklist International, and we're prepped and ready for game 2. Great to see all the watch parties happening, by the way. Shout out to all our fellow casters, and I think there's the teams I think are out there as well, like in different parts of these watch parties, depending where they are. How are we feeling after game 1, Leo?
Game 1 felt like Blacklist needed to warm up back again. They had a great opener this morning. Yes, a lot happened today. It was just this morning wherein they knocked out Deus Volt. Now they have to, again, change gears. So I'm guessing this game that we just concluded, the one that was swiftly taken by AP Bren, was more of a check, a wake-up call from their co-Filipino representatives. So now, the question is, have they woken up? Is this the time for Blacklist to actually get back on that horse and, you know, just give us a show?
We'll see if that is the answer for Blacklist International. But of course, before that, we want to welcome everyone once again to this. The December Starlight skin is officially available. If you love Arlott, this is for you. For only 300 diamonds, you can get the exclusive Starlight skin, Arlott Fury of the Deep. Upgrade your Starlight level to unlock the painted skin, Arlott the Scorn of the Deep. In addition, Starlight members only need to spend an additional 100 diamonds to unlock the bonus December Starlight painted skin, Arlott the Ire of the Deep. The special Starlight perks are ending at 2023. Of course, don't miss the bountiful rewards waiting for you guys. Thanks for your continued support. And don't forget the hashtags as well. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Hashtag MLBB New Skin. And once again, there's more here. Wolf, what's out there? The M5 Pass.
The M5 Pass is still ongoing. Unlock the Yuzong M5 skin exclusive Dragon's Shade skin and the Prime Cosmic Dragon skin when you buy the M5 Pass. Accomplish all of the activity tasks when you buy the M5 Pass. And get a ton of M5 exclusive rewards waiting for you. Get yours or maybe gift a friend now.
This is one of them.
What level are you at?
I'm now like 40-ish. I bought some, what do they call it? The support chests? We've been so busy here.
15.
I'm at 149, y'all.
Hey, you're very close.
Wow.
To the figurine. Did you actually grind that out, or did you?
Support chests, fam.
Support chests. That's what I thought, Leo, right? Again, there's no way you're able to play that much. Well, of course, casting here for this amazing event, M5, has been impactful, right? Jam-packed. Now, again, going up to the matchup here, we really want to highlight some of these players. Of course, this time around, a familiar face for all the agents, of course, out there. From Legend 0 to Hero, Edward here. He's played 73 games. He's won 49 of them, 146 kills, 124 deaths, 359 assists, and this is a whole lot of damage dealt and taken.
He is the epitome of an XP laner. Abun Jingjing, Agent 0, Edward Balboa. Am I missing any nicknames here?
The Batusai.
Is that one?
The Benedetta?
Yeah.
Again, look at these numbers and how they're proportional.
Can I just say, like, 73 games. Imagine this. A rookie comes in, plays the entirety of MPLPH Season 12 all the way to the Grand Finals. Edward played more M-Series games than that.
That's a lot.
That is a lot.
That's why, once again, as you see him here on the screen,
it's just another day at work.
It's just another day at work, but in a way, I would say a lot of people, when they're talking about Blacklist International, they talk about Edward. Even the other players, like if you guys caught that 3 Generations video earlier, right, when they were making some of their own dream team, and usually when you ask even other people come up with a dream team, XP Lane, one of the first names on the top of people's list is Edward.
Hey, not just about XP Lane, again, the legacy of this organization, Blacks International. As soon as they debuted in MPL Philippines, I remember Edward was switching around lanes. He wasn't always in the side lane or the XP lane. Homie started playing in mid. I remember him playing Sicilian.
And Kagura.
Right?
Kagura. Kagura was one of his special heroes back then.
Well, we'll see once again how the adjustments are going to be made here. Jumping into the draft in seconds to game number 2. Do they have the answer to deal with what AP Brand threw at them in the first game? It all starts here. You can already see fans coming out. Interestingly enough, the Fanny, the Nolan, the Joy are taken out this time around. Guinevere, Baksha also taken out. We're waiting for that last ban for AP Brand.
Valentina, with the ban on the Akai, Valentina should be targeted for Blacklist International unless they want to get the Faramis immediately. But knowing Blacklist International, it's just Valentina or Lilia as their first 2 picks.
Gentlemen, is it just me, or do I feel like I'm in EVM Convention Center once again? Like it's the grand finals of Season 12. They're hacking us in Sui. They got rid not just of the Trinity, Nolan, Guinevere, and Joy, but also they've started attacking the Baksha and the Akai.
Exactly. This means that AP Brand are interested in getting a Martis. And there's the Matilda. You can go Lilia Martis if you're AP Brand here.
Yeah, Lilia Martis. I would say I already like this, right? I like the fact that they took up the Matilda first, because even when this came up in even day 1, that was just yesterday, right, of Knockout 2, it was the discussion of, the Hitman kind of has to play both parts, right? He's got to play to that Hitman mentality. He's got to be also the heel man mentality as well, and that can work here with the Matilda pick. AP Brand on the other side, if it is what you're thinking here, the Martis Lilia.
Or Martis Valentina, perhaps. Those are the 2 prime targets for AP Bren. And the Faramis, they pick it up. Even when there's a Valentina on the opposing end.
It's the 3rd in the Trinity in mid. And of course, they deny one more hero for Sensui. What's left?
Ooh.
In the hands.
Martis, perhaps.
Martis, in the arsenal of the young jungler from Black.
Maybe get the Claude together with it as well, because you need a marksman in the games afterwards. Because again, if they don't pick the Claude right now, it could be banned against them, as well as the Beatrix. And after that, they don't have the best heroes to deal with the Faramis.
Yeah, the Faramis, or even in a way, I don't know if this is a little too risky here, but what if they decide to also take the Lilia instead? Right, they go that route, right? They put that in the hands of UA here to work against the Netherrealm.
And they just
forgo it. This is kind of the gamble, because we know he loves the Valentina. We know it's a typical matchup. There's the Martis, like we talked about. And there you go, Valentina. This is a classic matchup. This is what people love. This is where they love to shout UA.
Right. With
the 1-1 is available. You don't play the 1-1 when there's fantasy, it's just, you know, they're also 12 players. The clock, there's a lot of fun on the clock. There's also that idea of bringing the maybe, but if they pick up the caddy immediately this time, or lapu-lapu.
And then they play around the bend, so they get the Brunar anyway, because they back.
Exactly.
But both teams are goal later. Oh, they're putting it faster than how quick it would have been in another realm.
Interesting, right? That they go ahead and go with the 1-1 here, which I could say even for in terms of gold lane, you mentioned this earlier in the draft. The rising, I would say, statistics for 1-1 so far. Like in terms of development around M5 from wildcard up to here, 1-1 has definitely risen up as a gold lane option because there's so much focus on, you know, those top three, like you mentioned, towards that gold lane pick.
Okay, man, now maybe roam heroes against AP Brand for Ogwin. Even the Arlot actually should be considered. Yeah, there's the Minotaur. You know for sure that has a massive combo with the 1-1. Maybe even consider the Kacha, knowing that they have the Fredrin as well as the Famis anyways. AP Brand can afford to have a slower roamer, at least when it comes to the farming. But of course, big ticket ultimates courtesy of the Kaja. And the Claude is also a hero that AP Brand should be looking to ban in this particular case.
Yeah, they already took out the Iksha, right? They get rid of that because, again, I don't even know if they want to see that combination again. The Iksha with the Matilda, that whole guiding full.
Inventions.
Okay, AP Brand can go for the lapu-lapu, can go for perhaps the Khalid.
Khalid's still open, yep.
Tigreal's still up too.
Yeah.
It's quite a bit. Again, if the Tigreal is locked in, it's not going to be just yet. It's Arlot.
Right.
So they go with the Arlot here. Still a lot. Once again, displacement available for AP Brand, the way they want to work around this. The Stampede, right? The Final Slash. Taunting, of course, as well with the Fredrin.
But it's not out of the realm of possibility that this is Ogwin's hero now we're looking at.
Right.
Yeah.
Him on the Arlo, we've seen it before.
Exactly. That's why they picked the at fourth, because it's a flexible pickup. For Blacklist International, going to be looking for a gold lane as well as their EXP. Lapu-Lapu still is there. Still pretty good. Quick initiations, and of course, the Claude eventually still going to be there. Oh, I think that AP Red might have given the Claude because they want to go Grok anyways as their last pick.
So they were going to pull the sleight of hand, like the double switch.
The double switch. Or maybe a Kaja.
It could work. It could work. At this point in time, I mean, there's so many options left available to you, and that's one of the beauties of the draft right now, the meta, right? Like the flexibility. The flexibility that you have, I mean, even when you're talking about AP Bren, the Fredrin, necessarily, you know, it could actually go in the hands of you in the mid lane, right? That could have happened if maybe even the Fairness didn't pop up. But that's the power play here for AP Bren as they get up for their last pick.
It would be crazy, like they pick up eventually an Assassin, right? For AP Bren, maybe a Lancelot. Out of nowhere, because there's no catch from Blacklist International.
That's right. Their CC is hard set.
Yeah. They go Paquito. It's going to be a standard.
So that's it. We read into it. The young Ogin Onigo is actually playing the Arlot here.
Yep. The idea for the Paquito is obviously instant eliminations again. Maybe the only thing that you might be afraid of if you're looking for the Paquito this time is there's the Matilda. And Red J was phenomenal with this Matilda when it comes to saving OHEB. You can see them in this game. Expect them to be holding hands together by the park. That's gonna happen so many times in this game. Red J, OHEB, just trying to save each other.
I think that's where they shine, right? A lot of times if they can keep OHEB alive, and this can be any for gold lanes for the teams here. But once again, we're gonna load up here in the land of Dawn, Blacklist International, AP Bren. It's 1-0 right now in favor of AP Bren.
Can Blacklist even the odds right now in this best of 5 here?
5 seconds till the enemy reaches
Facing off against AP Bren. Given what happened in game 1, they have to get the momentum started. They can start it here with the lineup that they have. They have drafted, this is Edward once again on this Edith pick that he's made work with before very well. As we take a look at the rotations here for both teams, getting us situated into the early game here, Wolf.
Martis should be looking for the snowballs, while Fredrin needs to just farm all the time. Just make sure that no matter what happens, your enemy Martis will not have the snowball potential against you. So that means Ogwin, though, with the reset, it's going to be pretty good. Every second counts at this point.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and get that. And real quick, too, since we got poking happening here, Emblems, how's it looking, Leo?
So far, the fact that Blacks International invested so much in the Quantum Charge means they want to be fast on their feet. And again, the trademark boots, at least 2 Wilderness Blessings. Oh wait, give me a sec here. The Hitman, down to a third of his health, dashing on through using AP Bren's Cyclone Knight. Thank you very much.
And I don't know if this is OHEB just self-correcting in game number 2, because game number 1, we saw that the 1-1 with the high-end Joy was actually pretty deadly in the laning stage. And now he goes for his own high-end Master Assassin.
That's right.
Yeah.
Say you're old without saying you're old.
Yeah,
throw
exactly.
it back.
Throw it back. But yeah, the Master Assassin now being available for two of the marksmen means that trading blows in the gold lane is going to be a sight to see.
Wow. Once again, the power of this, the quick rotations, right? And I think even if you look at the Quantum Chargers, the fact that they have 4 of those, they're really looking to play around speed and movement.
Talking about it, looking to duel already. Super Marco down to a 5th of his health. OHEB approaching half, sending home Super Marco. In mid though, a little scuffle as we set up for the first turtle already spawned. AP Bren first of the scene, a slight pull towards their side. Ogwin and Flapteezy ready to go. Flapteezy level 4, got a few combos in, waiting to set up that champ stance. In comes Agent Zero from the flank, letting that turtle reset to mid, down to a third of its health. Ogwin dashing on through, setting it up with a spellbound. Big bong from Kyle Teasy, plus the red tree securing that big objective.
Very important for Kautizi to secure that, and they managed to get it. It was a very sweaty situation, actually, if you think about it. And now Kautizi making sure that he gets all of the farm early stages. That means that the Martis will be held off for a little bit. At this point, between the two junglers, EXP matters more than the gold. And you can see that AP Bren as well as Blacklist International, they will put a lot of effort into that.
And the other question for me here is really, what ultimate do you want to utilize if you're UA? You have a couple options here, right? Of course, you can actually take that final slash available for you. You can work around even the Nether Realm, which is usually what we're going to expect, right? Yep. You want to extend some of those fights here. But we have seen that happen as well. Valentina players taking final slash and actually using it for the setup, or even the disengage, the peel factor. Yeah. But right now, that all plays a part here. They're going to bring OHEB along to the mid.
Few with the pull, Yue compromised, forced the flicker out. That's a successful engage by AP Bren, wasting that huge resource.
They might even get more. Sensui found here up top.
There's a knock-up, the taunt, Sensui using the iframes. Ooh, just missing that final slash by about a meter, an inch, rather, as Ogwin needs to wait for that cooldown.
Very nice dodge coming up from Blacklist International. And they're having fun at the top lane. OHEB is 200 gold above Super Marco. That's always a good sign, especially after forcing Super Marco to recall out. And I think there's another tussle in the top lane. And OHEB still manages to get out. Will eventually collect some of the farm.
This is looking iffy, though.
Yeah.
OHEB.
Oh, no.
Big setup. That's 4 men sent. The Blazing Duet spent in already. OHEB survives for maybe a second more. Close call. Ogwin almost traded out for them. Now here comes the Hitman, knocking up 2. Kyle Teasy and Few able to just walk away.
So they're able to get away, but they get that kill. Now the turtle going to be the focus here for AP Bren. Blacklist International, though, going to try to keep things together. UA still holding on to this Nether Realm. So Flapteezy will make work down in the bottom side as Blacklist wants to contest the turtle.
That's right. 4v3. Few just about to catch up. Already, Edward backing out. Guiding Winds, Primal Wrath. Big bonk plus a retribution once more, securing that turtle. They got shields, but it's not going to be enough to save Ogwin. Agent Zero zeroing AP Bren's roamer, and the fight continues. Blacklist International pushing back Super Marco behind his tier 1.
Yep. ChezyGaming securing the turtle once again, despite being a level behind Sensui. And now top lane, look at the collapse from Blacklist International. They're trying to deny minions away from Super Marco, while also pushing top lane to at least equalize the farm from between OHEB as well as Super Marco. Super Marco now leads the charge just because of 1 kill up top. And what happened was the timing of AP Bren when they went in for the kill onto OHEB, they actually denied 1 catapult with extra gold, which, you know, at the early stages of the game, it matters so much.
Yeah, not only that, but the fact that, too, the gold earned there for FlapTeasy. You saw him do work. Oh, you wait. Should be fine. Still has another round, but again, FlapTeasy is going to be a threat here, right? Already has his first item locked in, will be building up on the next one, and that's where it gets a little scary because Blacklist International, the whole kind of counterplay they have to is dealing with that front burst, right? And that's why you have the Nether Realm, as we see him guiding win on out. But still, if things can get layered properly here from Blacklist International, their fighting potential is still relatively good, despite the 1K lead that AP Bren has right now. And that's why you see them really putting the pressure here in the jungle.
Ooh, Sensui committing the retribution there. The fight breaks out. He does have it. He places himself right behind the Appraiser's Wrath. Circling Eagle coming in, forcing out a Nether Realm. The Nether Realm coming in from UF. A clutch engage. Look at the back line. FlapTeasy finding Renegade. The Blazing Duet coming in from OHEB, keeping them in check alive for just a few more. Blacklist survive. AP Bren continue the assault through mid. It's 3 bodies. Edward, the only one with health. And AP Bren gonna take this objective. A close and sweaty fight. They continue on. FlapTeasy finding OHEB in the back line. Trading out 1 for 1. Circling Eagle keeping few down. It's a double kill for Edward. Blacks International, the clapback, making AP Bren pay.
Edward coming out swinging, 3 kills now on the board for him. Can they go ahead and also secure this objective? Whittling the gold lead down now. Renegade also picking up the Flask of the Oasis. Should be able to help them throughout these skirmishes.
A wonderful play coming up from Blacklist. I thought that it was crazy that they stayed, especially because Flap had Flicker.
Oh, here we go. This is about to break out. Check out Super Marco coming in from the east. Edward, the eyes on him. The shutdown from Ogwin. Once more, the combination of the Retri and the ult, taking down 100% of the turtles in game number 2. Hitman Airlines, catch a ride. Blacks International keeping damage under control, allowing OHEB to buy time, push in down, blocked.
What a journey, right? The guiding win once again, coming in clutch, but still, Edward fell there. AP Bren also getting the 3rd turtle of the game. Will also be working on this turret. Yeah. They're getting the objectives. They're getting the space here, Wolf.
A massive play coming out from AP Bren meant that they got the turtle. They got the kill. They even get the turret in the top lane and then a purple buff. So they got a lot out of that. Maybe the only loss is OHEB was able to farm into the bottom lane for quite a bit. That's a full lane and then a full turret. But overall, AP Bren gets so much out of that mini play that they did.
I like the fact that you mentioned OHEB as well, right? That's kind of what he has to do at this point. Yeah, it's not a big gold disparity or anything like that against AP Bren, but we've seen this before. Putting things into place for later on in the game, especially when you have a Claude in your draft, you have that split push potential, right? We've seen this many times now. So if it's, you know, taking these baby steps, getting this tier 1 turret down, working to put pressure on the other side of the map, forcing AP Bren to respond, that could work, but hold on.
Sensui walks into that bush, the pull from few. Renegade, of course, use Circling Eagle, using it to disengage. ChezyGaming forcing the issue, pushing in to Blacks International's jungle. And what's interesting, between all of the factors you guys mentioned of how Blacklist might be able to clap back, again, very strong split push potential when it does come down to that. Again, you're seeing OHEB now sent to the top lane. Something tells me whoever trades better, or whoever forces a fight that makes the other miss out on those big swings will eventually win, because this is still a close game, 3-3, 3K about, AP Bren ahead. Renegade is still able to check.
And I completely agree with you on that. Because that also means that they will take more space. For example, AP Bren have been constantly pushing the envelope onto the purple buff.
Oh,
and now, the final slash, putting Edward right where he needs to be. The flicker up from Agent Zero. US saving him with a Nether Realm stolen away. The Nether Realm from AP Bren as well. FlapTeasy, close 1. Edward falls, Super Marco Marco. Sensui traded up with Easy. 4 for 1, 2K for Marco. OHEB the only one left. It's a bloodbath in that corridor in Blacklist jungle.
APBR again decisively getting 4 members of Blacklist International. It didn't look like it would be a huge gold lead for them in favor of Power, but man, that fight just showed it. Woo. And Ogwin and Few just keeping OHEB at bay here. Lord now up though. Super Marco gonna go ahead and work on it.
We did say that APBR might be scared of getting the 1-1 because there's the Famis and there's the Valentina already, but now they have proven that they have a play around it. Just wait for the Netherrealm to be up, and then when Blacklist International copies the Netherrealm, what they do was to actually blow onto those shields. Flapteasy just flickers in with Ogwen. They know that their combination is enough to lock down the members of Blacklist International, allowing Super Marco to get the passive. And getting 3 marks means that you will get the ultimate. It's like APBR were preparing for Super Marco to take off, and that was a beautiful play on their side.
Yeah, it's kind of scary when you think about it, because even when things try to fall in place for Blacklist International, when you see those team fights happening, APBR just pulls on through in the damage department. Now Lord going to be here in the mid lane. They're knocking on the doors, big item pickups as well for APBR as they get ready to assault Blacklist base. They're working on it. Final slash.
Mid and bottom in sync. Lord taken care of by Blacklist. The waves are well managed. Circling Eagle here by Renegade, using a disengage, knocking up a few minions on the way back. APBR taking this slow. They understand that Blacklist still have some firepower.
Okay, shields taken out. Still working on the turrets though. Renegade could be in trouble.
The final slash, putting him in. Few with the burn damage, taking down the Hitman. That's 1 off of the board for Black.
It's going to be an impressive defense coming out from Blacklist International. Not going to be enough for them to get out of their base, though. Which then, again, going to be difficult for them to find an opening when it comes to the farm. And I wonder if APBR, they can fish out. Oh, my goodness.
One more time. Talk about fishing. They put Edward out from their base like a fish out of water. Now the base coming in. That inhibitor going down. Yue put down a 10th of his health, surviving, but just for now. Mid lane inhibitor falls as well. APBR, like a bulldozer, through Blacklist structures.
And they find themselves once again 10, nearly 11,000 ahead here, Wolf.
Oh my goodness. I was just about to say that the thing with APBR is they have the Arlot, and what's special about the Arlot when you're ahead is that you can fish out people from the base with the flicker play. It is exactly what happened. Because of that final slash, they weren't able to get like snowball of kills, a streak of kills, but they were able to push the turret anyways. At 12 minutes, that's going to be massive. They get 2, and they open up the map. Now APBR can just take over the jungle and again defeat Blacklist International when it comes to the economy.
Ooh, scalpel position. Again, you can expect those small plays to snowball into an eventual collapse. And Blacklist International are respecting that fact now. After hearing the conceal, they're like, all right, we're just going to back off.
Let's just back off from here, right? And that's always something about the Arlot pick, right? A lot of these teams, when they're down behind, they try to turtle up in the base, defend the best they can. You're looking at the real-time win rate. It's pretty low for Blacklist right now, 35% against APBR at 65. And that's the thing, if you try to extend the game a little bit further, that's Ogwen's job, right? Go in, fish them out of the base. But right now, despite everything, Blacklist still wants to be on this side of the fight. The Lord dance going to be started up, but APBR, they're going to go ahead and just take control right now. Does Blacklist International have an answer for this, or should they get back to base and deal with the push in? Lord half health.
This ain't smelling like a dance. It looks like they want to blitz it. Lord here at half health. Ogwen committing the final slash, displacing Renegade and Sensui. Super Marco moving back, moonwalking back to the Lord. Sensui, just one more weakness point. Dash it on out. APBR takes another big objective.
Very clean coming out from APBR. Baiting out the members of Blacklist International, baiting out Sensui to get out and then punish them. And obviously their lanes are going to be pushing against Blacklist International naturally. Yue rushing for the winner truncheon when they need it. Absolutely going up against Super Marco. He can be the first one to receive the crossbow of Tang and just deny it completely. But that means that your damage output from the Valentina, it's not going to be as optimal as you would expect from a Valentina that gets a glaive or a crystal as the third item. And Blacklist International, at this point, they're going to be scrambling for scraps.
Yeah, again, I think at this point, you're hoping that they can stay in the game at least another 5 minutes, right? Get to that point where you extend the series. OHEB just now getting a Malefic Roar will be able to help pump out some of the damage, but really it's about surviving this first, dealing with the Lord push, and from AP Bren, possibly going fishing again.
Like synchronized swimmers, they get all waves in, picking off Renegade. Who's next up on the docket? The Netherrealm already stolen away, used up by Yue. The Lord wailing away at the base, blazing the wet by OHEB. He gets popped by Kyle Teasy, and that's all she wrote. Thanks for the memories, thanks for the base, thanks for match point. As AP Bren go on 2-0.
The Hive roars as AP Bren gets to match point against Blacklist International. Struggling here from game one, now in game two. What can they do to adjust?
They gotta give a hero for Sensui that he'll be very impactful with. I think they were forced in the spot where they was able to get a Martis. I mean, unfortunately, they don't have a choice because if Bren Esports or AP Bren, they're just banning out all of the Sensui heroes.
Yep.
Maybe this time, they should let go of some of the assassins to kind of just open up the draft a little bit.
Let's see if they go that route. Once again, we're gonna have to focus on this game too. Let's let LaFell and Gideon break it down. How'd this one unfold?
Thank you very much. And if we want to talk about a textbook game, it can't get as much as textbook as this. The moment when one team gets a lead, the other has to be very disciplined to make sure that they don't make mistakes. And I gotta say, the duo mid coming in from AP Brand, Few as well as Ogwin, are doing a very good job to break up the formation of Blacklist International.
I think so far they're playing absolutely disgusting. Their chemistry is through the roof, and it feels like nothing is wasted by AP Brand. Unfortunately, even for Blacklist International, when we start looking at things like their draft, for an example, it feels very much a little too, I wouldn't say closed-minded, but clear what their weapons are supposed to be in terms of engagement. However, AP Brand, so much more flexible.
Yeah, we gotta talk about AP Brand because we gotta talk about the MVP of this game. And again, we're gonna look at the MVP here. I'm looking at the duo mid. It looks like the MVP is again going over to Ogwen, this time on the Arlet. And we heard the casters fishing people out. And again, it's all about that control. And it's all about disrupting your opponents, making them in a position they don't want to be in.
Absolutely. Once he went past level 12, that's when he felt extremely confident to use his final slash pretty freely. It's on such a short cooldown as well, especially right after you got the Thunderbelt. So it just made it felt like Blacklist was constantly pressured by his presence, and the timers never felt right.
We're going to look at the highlights here. AP Brand again, doing a very good job to get Blacklist International under a certain threshold where they really can't contest for much. AP Brand was much more proactive all around the map, attacking the goalie, making sure that OHEB is not comfortable, to the point where we even saw quite a few instances where OHEB is not in the fight. He's trying to find objectives in the side lane.
Yeah, and that's interesting as well, right? Because when we approach these types of drafts, right, you would expect the AP Brand to be the aggressors. And yes, they were. They took advantage of the laning phase. But more importantly, so once we rolled around mid-game is where we expected Blacklist to actually have a pretty decent chance. This is where we got to see a lot of the problems, right? As soon as Sensui started to run out of steam and couldn't find that snowball, that's when Kaltizi became extra confident in the way that he walks up at his opponents.
Should we talk about the draft as well? Because heavy emphasis on the jungle.
Oh, yes.
To the fact that Sensui's forced onto this Martis. Because believe you me, if there were other options, I think he would go for other options.
I feel like this was supposed to be a hard read coming in from Blacklist International. And don't get me wrong, hard reads are great when they're accurate. And I think this time around, they were expecting a lot more CC from the side of AP Bren, and they're not entirely wrong, but at the same time, if you're not able to find that singular kill for that Martis to snowball out of control, you can see very quickly you lose that sort of control, not only in terms of the jungle, but especially the riverside.
Again, we're going to look at the emblems here because the Master Assassin for the side laners, EXP as well as goalie, and again, making it, I don't know, is this a new meta or is it specifically for Blacklist?
I think this is where Blacklist has to respond, right? I can understand the sentiment for Edward. He's like, I'm not going to stoop that low. I don't want to take the Master Assassin. But for OHEB specifically, after getting caught off guard in the previous match, taking it this time round, you can see that once he has max stacks on his Art of Thievery, he goes pretty well toe-to-toe against the Wan pre-4, and I would even argue pre-8 before the Trinity build is complete.
Honestly, looking at this matchup here, I'm even wondering, is it crazy to go for that Bruno? Because both teams didn't go for it, right? I mean, like, if you want to survive the lane, and even the Terizla, we're not seeing it here. Flap TZ on that Paquito is also just he has options. In case AP Bren is in a bad spot, he's plan B. He can split the map up, open things up for the team for success. So, looking at the matchup, I'm liking the draft coming in from AP Bren.
I'm liking it too a lot, especially once he came down to that last 2 picks, holding the R-Lot and making sure that it is still flexible as an option, really putting a lot of questions for Blacklist International to how to approach it, and more importantly so, I think that locking Edward into something like this Edith generally got some pretty good matchups, generally a Swiss Army knife type user, but more importantly so, it's too much of a lead. It's too much of an obvious trigger finger. Something that even for AP Brand, they understood. If you take away Edward, and once we kind of out-resource Sensui, exhaust him in terms of his resources, Blacklist has no real means of finding a strong counter-engage other than Yue stealing the Netherrealm.
Gideon, do you like wet socks?
Ooh, hate it.
I feel like AP Brand is forcing Blacklist into a wet sock because they look like they're uncomfortable all around. From the draft, from the laning phase, to the point where when it comes to the fights, it almost looks like they're second-guessing themselves. Should we go for this fight? Should we not? Because I can remember one decisive fight where Blacklist International was able to dive in, get those kills. Other than that, I'm not feeling it. To the point where I'm even wondering, should Renegade use a pick-off hero? Should he be the engager? Because in the game just now, I didn't see a lot of engages.
I think I would agree with that sentiment. I think that he needs to kind of go out instead of looking to be the support to create these big plays for the team, because right now Blacklist needs some kind of momentum to bounce back into these types of games, especially against AP Bren, who are playing a lot more fluidly in comparison.
Surprise, surprise, Few is still the carry here, 65,000 damage. Him on the Faramis, again, Blacklist International, they want to clump up. The Ghost Bursters are going to accumulate more damage with more people around. So I kind of feel like AP Brand, the way that they've been drafting is specifically for Blacklist. So I agree with what the casters are talking about. Maybe open up the draft a little bit, because it looks like Blacklist, they're getting red. Their code is the one getting broken here.
I think that, especially for Blacklist International, it's not like they're out of this just yet, right? We've seen the many different ways that they approach the draft, and obviously AP Bren have done their homework consistently banning out, you know, healers and more importantly, in game number 1. But now that we look at the damage dealt overall, this tells us a different story, right? We need multiple win conditions from the side of Blacklist International to make sure that they stay above the water and they don't go underneath that threshold that AP Bren consistently put against them. OHEB can only do so much, and OHEB, he feels like he's already stretched pretty thin.
Yeah, but again, looking at the damage here, OHEB is actually doing quite well, but we have to consider that the Blazing Duet is an AoE damage compared to the 1-1 where it's singular damage. I want to take this time, even though we're looking at stats here, we got to think about the movement for both teams in the lower bracket finals here, because for Blacklist International, if they lose this one, it's not the miracle run coming in from M3, and if AP Bren goes to the grand finals, it's a repeat of M2. They're going up against a team that is not a Filipino team.
Oh.
Right? M2, it was against Burmese Ghouls.
Yes.
This one against ONIC. So looking at the damage taken here, Kyle TZ doing quite a lot of work, as well as Ogwen.
I think that at the end of the day, right, I don't believe that this is going to be a full sweep day. I think that Blacklist still has what it takes to actually bring it to AP Bren. They just feel a little disconnected as of yet, and they really need to start opening up the draft to make sure they feel not only comfortable, but confident in making plays. And that's what I want to see from them, really going back and forth against AP Bren. Because at the end of the day, when you look at both compositions, it's just that one comp has shorter cooldowns compared to the other. You kill the farmers, he's going to be back up in no time. You're looking at Ogwin, who's playing on the Arlet. That final slash has a 15-second cooldown at the very least once he hits level 12 with full CDR. So it really begs the question, you know what? Let's let everything go. Let's really brawl this out, because I think the mechanics at Blacklist International, their ceiling is extremely high, but it's not being abused right now.
I agree. These teams are way smarter than both of us, but at this point, go ooga booga, right? Win the gold lane, win the EXP lane, and try to get something there, because I don't know, man. I kind of feel like they're putting at a disadvantage here.
I feel like the mid lane matchups, I agree with you, is seemingly even right now. Yeah. Unless they can get, like, I don't know, a solo kill at some point that's really going to skew the scales, it's going to be up to the EXPs and gold laners to find the difference, to break even for either side.
Going into the next match, again, this is potentially the final match of the day, even though I hear you. You feel like Blacklist International, even not a reverse sweep, they're not going to make it so that it's a 3-0. But again, we got to look at the facts here, Gideon. AP Bren is doing very well. They're reading Blacklist like a book. So maybe Blacklist, they got to change the book.
They got to switch covers.
Be a magazine.
They got to be able to write a new story, maybe even a new chapter.
I don't know, Assassin in the jungle, more oppressive EXP, because I kind of feel like you got to unleash Edward. The moment Edward wins his lane, the moment Edward is able to flank around, the moment Edward gets a hold of the map, then maybe Blacklist got a chance.
That's the thing. When I look at these EXP laners, especially the most stable of stable EXP laners, Good Guy Boots and also Edward, two of my top favorites, they're always getting shafted in the draft. They're always put on something that's looking to smother their opponents rather than to make the biggest play of their lives on high mechanic ceiling heroes. Put him on a Benedetta once more. Give him the favorites. Put him on even Khalid even. That might be the difference maker.
No, I completely agree. And I got to say, the view from up here, the agents.
Oh, dear Lord.
They are still pumped. They believe in Blacklist International. Even looking down there, it looks like an interview is brewing up. So I want to believe you, man. I want to see Blacklist turn things around. I want to see them get at least one win here.
I'm telling you.
Don't let it be a sweep.
I'm telling you they can do it. I'm confident that they're able to do it, right? I feel the energy, maybe even so, even with the energy from the agents, it could be the difference maker here.
But I like your call. Benedetta, I mean, if a Benedetta gets picked up, we're going to be happy boys up here, happy Malaysian boys. With that being said, thank you very much, Gideon. We've been able to talk a lot about the game. We're going to throw it back to the host down there. I can see Odin with the agent. So, Odin, what you got for us? What do you want to talk about?
The energy in the crowd is electric. Let me hear it from everybody. Bren, AP Bren is just one win away from making it to the grand finals. But I don't think Blacklist is letting Bren do that, are you guys?
Yes! We're not gonna go home just like that.
Let's go! Okay. So I think what we need to do, we're gonna settle this with a cheer off. How about that, guys? Odin, what do you guys have?
We go first. Let's go.
Let's go. Kasama kayo pinaka-ingay na agents, okay? 1, 2.
1, 2, 3, go. BLCK Blacklist! BLCK Blacklist! BLCK Blacklist! BLCK Blacklist!
Okay.
What you got?
Odin, we got lots, and you know what? We even have a sign language interpreter to help us translate everything that's happening over here. All right, we won't let them beat AP Bren like that. What you guys got? AP Bren!
That's all. Excuse me. You have a sign language interpreter, but we have dancers. Let's go.
Oy! Lalaban ang Blacklist matapang! Oy! Lalaban ang Blacklist matapang! Oy! Lalaban ang Blacklist matapang! Oy!
Blacklist matapang!
Oh! Huh. We did not rehearse that. We did not practice. How about you, Mara?
You know what? We don't need to practice because AB Bren is doing it alone. We're doing it all. Okay, show them what you got. Show them what you got.
Ang di lalakas!
Oh, what? Oh, Coach is mad now. Coach is mad now. Oh, you see Coach Ducky? He's mad at you now.
Never back down, never what? We have some agents right here. Let's go, guys. We can do this.
1, 2, 3, go! Blacklist in your area! Blacklist in your area! Blacklist in your area!
Here we go, here we go. Captain din ang
Okay.
Blacklist in your area. How about you guys? You got more?
Okay. Hold on, wait a minute. We're not gonna let that beat us. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, watch out, watch out.
Here we go again. Nagcha-champion din ang Bren. Here we go again. Nagcha-champion din ang Bren.
You got something better? You guys got something better? What's up now? What's up now? Oh, you guys are getting quiet. You guys are getting quiet now. Let me hear it from you guys.
Preparing for the next one. This is explosive performance by the Blacklist agents. Let's go!
Blacklist!
Wait.
Thank you. What? Thank you. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay. All right. That's their last one. All right, everybody. One more. AP Bren just needs one more. The whole arena. When I say AP, you say Bren. AP. AP. One more time. AP. And congratulations to our participants. They're all gonna get this t-shirt. Thank you to Kadia. And now we're gonna go back to our casters. Casters, pasok.
Great to hear the chants there again. Also, big shout out as well to the interpreter there.
Yeah.
Keeping up with them with the chants there. Wow.
That's how you do a let's settle this on the world stage.
Yeah, that's how the dance battles as well as cheer battles happen in the world stage. The level's just incredibly high.
You like them pure ways? You like them pure ways?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was gonna say, those are the moves, right?
I counted 15.
Really?
15?
15.
Oh, so the fallbacks weren't part of the dance. He was literally dizzy.
Probably was, but again, real quick, we want to mention just another time the M5 Pass is still ongoing. You can unlock the Yuzhong M5 exclusive Dragon Shade skin, the Prime Cosmic Dragon skin when you buy the M5 Pass. Accomplish all the activity tasks to reach level 75 for free. A ton of M5 exclusive rewards are also waiting for you guys, so gift yours to your friends, finish it up while you can, and again, we're reeling it back to exactly what's underlying here. That's match point. This is kind of interesting because today, this has been the retelling from series to series to series now. It's match point. It's 2-0.
It's all sweeps today, folks, just in case you're wondering, in case you just joined us here tonight, watching from home or here in the beautiful Rizal Memorial Coliseum. Wolf, what's going on?
I think, teams have just figured it out. And I think particularly for Bren, they are getting all of their comfort picks, like the 1-1, as well as Fredrin and the previous games of Matilda. What I'm trying to say here is they're getting OP heroes and getting away with it.
Well, speaking of that, Teasy here. The comparison that we saw even from earlier, this is the total M Series stats. He's played 40 games. He's won 27, 113 kills here, 103 deaths, 230 assists, and similarly, right, damage dealt, damage taken, the story of these XP laners.
Right, to be fair, we showed previously Agent Zero's stats, having played 3 M Series runs back to back to back. Flapteasy, this is his second M Series in all of his career, and truth be told, he's a very different kind of XP laner.
I would say, yeah, because if you're going to be looking at how he plays, sometimes he will be relegated to support or utility XP laners. I'm not being like Uranus, your typical Esmeralda, but right now in the meta game, he's given a shot at setup heroes like your Terizla. But when he plays the quote-unquote assassin XP laners, like your Arlet, like your Paquito, as well as the Khalid.
And Yuzhong.
Yes, he also delivers.
He does deliver, right? And we'll see if he can deliver once again with a lineup here with the rest of AP Bren as they are match point to the draft here. Crucial for Blacklist International. The agents cheering them on, dancing them on, ready to extend the series. They don't want it to close out here in this sweep, but AP Bren, they're after that slot in the grand final. Bands already coming out here. You can see the Akai, the Boxer, the Guinevere. This is still the Hakasensui strategy that we've been seeing from AP Bren as Blacklist first picks the Fredrin.
That would be the Faramis Matilda. Instantly taking out the typical heroes that will become good combos for the Fredrin. You're now left with what? Valentina, perhaps the Blacklist International, and the Claude. And they straight up go to Estes.
Ooh. Very quick responses, but just as well. Now the ball's in AP Bren's court. Gentlemen, correct me if I'm wrong, is this the earliest SS we've seen? At least in the knockouts.
Yeah, at least in the knockouts, at least in recent memory.
In M5?
Yes. M5 and maybe
that
season
second
12.
phase.
Exactly.
This is Blacklist's last stand. If the tides don't change here, then they're never gonna change. This is their last chance.
Yep. That means that AP Bren might reconsider getting the Martis. It still is good, but it might not be the best. Maybe they go back to something like a D-Roth, actually. The jungle. I mean, they haven't played it yet for Kaltizi. But they will be forced to pick up the Martis.
In a way, this is just this is the expected matchup against the Fredrin, right? You kind of play into this. You try once again to utilize the Mortal Coils, and you're well protected, right? The thing that we saw from the previous game kind of struggle for Sensui was the fact that, once again trying to get into those dances, those turtle takes, the lore takes, but then that's the question as well. Should they have really actually been trying to do that given the whole situation? Now with this, the fact that even Blacklist International, they're going to have a Valentina again once for themselves. They can play around the Netherrealm, but now you add in this whole healing factor, right? And that's what the Estes brings to the table. Not only that, but also it forces the enemy team to adjust. It was going to force AP Bren to build up some of these anti-heal items right away, which kind of stalls things out a little bit longer. How they want to approach that, Wolf?
Well, they might go for the anti-heal items or maybe overload on damage. For example, they might pick up something along the lines of a Lapu-Lapu perhaps, as well as the Claude AoE damage dealers. It has been proven though that Claude is not an end-all-be-all answer to the Estes. It has been proven that even Renegade can outplay the Claude.
Nor is it an answer to the Faramis. Again, it still comes down to the matchup, which, folks, is begging to be addressed. There's still no XP lane matchup, nor a gold lane matchup, unless. No, it's not going to happen. Blacklist is not definitely going to put that Fredrin into Edward's hands. You need it on Sensui.
Yeah, they have to. And looking at the matchup here specifically, as we've been comparing these XP laners, the Arlot, the Arlo, like we like to call it, right? You can really see the difference here, Wolf.
Exactly. I kind of feel that if the Arlot will be picked up, might be the last pick. So far, Flapteasy has a better win rate at that hero. I think 1-1 should also be the choice here for AP Bren. The way that they're banning, they ban out both the Khalid as well as the Bruno heroes that deal well against this 1-1. So maybe the Blacklist International might just be better off banning that out. They don't necessarily have the enough tools to kind of deal with that. Well, they do have the Estes and they have the Valentino for copying that, but they're sitting ducks once again, waiting to be stacked up. There's the 1-1.
That is good call, right? 1-1 out of the picture. Ixia as well. Bruno, now what does this leave to the table for these gold lanes? We're still talking about, you know, the Claude being available. Brody is now here as well. What are we thinking for Brody comes up for AP Brand?
Immediately picking up the Brody. Blacklist, they can go back to just the Claude this time. And then pick up the Lapu-Lapu, perhaps. I think it still is pretty good. Go back to the Paquito. This begs AP Brand to might consider the Benedetta, actually, as their last pick.
That's right, you compromise the Estes positioning,
Oh,
and
the
just like that,
of course,
you throw back. How about it? You throw back Edward Balboa, the heel man, the Filipino sniper.
Yes. Yeah. This is gonna be good. I mean, what do you pick up now? Of course, the Benedetta is a possibility for Flap TZ. There still is the Arlet, but both of them might pale in comparison to the Beatrix. The Glue! Oh,
Make my day. Make my day. He's gonna find Oheb almost all day. Hell, he's gonna find Renegade. Make that an odd engagement.
Oh.
And usually, again, we've seen in the knockout stage, specifically today, Renegade's always been by Oheb's side. So that's a 2-for-1 when it comes to splits.
For sure.
Hey, well, now this time, you talked about this earlier, you know, Wolf, they are going to be together, right? They're going to be in that Ube form that we see from this lineup time and time again. And does that work in favor of the Glue here?
Absolutely. You can argue that. I think that you might even consider using the Glue on the Estes and take him away from the team instead.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe that could be the decision. That's why I feel like Flicker should be the choice of Battle Spell here for Renegade. One thing I'm really concerned about is this Brody. Obviously, it's very strong in the early stages, but it has been proven that once you step into the mid-game with the Estes having the Flask of the Oasis, this Brody is gonna be a non-factor.
We'll find out here. Match point is what Blacklist International is facing. They've got all the signature picks here. Can they pull it off to extend the series? Because AP Bren riding on the momentum here as game 3 is upon us. Both junglers getting in position once again. Sensui, the work cut out for him this time around, has struggled to fight amongst these objectives. And you can already see AP Bren still putting pressure where they want to in the jungle.
Ooh, Few catching a face full of damage from Yue already. Interesting rotation. The start for Ogwin and Few was cutting right through. Flap TZ as well, checking that purple.
But then again, Sensui might have felt it a little bit because after getting the orange buff, he went straight to the Rock Horse or the Golem. Instead of the natural pathway of going for the orange into the purple. That's why right now the movements of Flap TZ was kind of wasted in a way.
Yeah, and with that, again, even as you saw from the emblems, you know, Flap TZ, his job here, he's going to tank quite a bit of damage. He still has that tenacity as well to kind of keep him alive longer, works around the split. But really, job is grab Oheb, right? Try to split him off from Renegade, try to get him into these team fights, into the range, of course, so Super Marco can get those marks off, get the torn apart memories. But here,
Flap TZ flickering on through, red like a book, dodging Sensui's Appraiser's Wrath. Close call, interesting, because of these early rotations, Flap TZ here with the turtle coming up in about 10 seconds is still left at what, barely level 3.
Yeah. We get 2 cards anyways, so it's gonna be A-OK afterwards. The fact that he didn't die was gonna be good for AP Bread, but it will not be enough.
Wow, right now, turtle gonna be up. Still waiting for that level 4 for Flap, but right now, Blacklist in positioning. Hue holding on to the Decimate himself. This could turn the tide of that skirmish early on. Ogwin.
Oh no, forcing the flicker. US spends his Decimate, stolen away. Body hitting the floor. First blood drawn by Black. Now, this is about to break out into a big fight. The split by Flap TZ. Looking for Edward, looking for the grab. Turtle at a 4 of its health. Sensui pushing back. Blacklist coming in with the heals from Renegade, the heel man at your service, forcing out another realm from AP Bren. And they back out, Sensui securing a turtle. The second wind from Blacklist coming online.
A massive play coming out from Blacklist International. It all started with the speed of them clearing out the lanes. Because APBR was so busy trying to correct the lane of FlapTC up top that compromised their levels on Ogwin as well as onto Few, which allowed Blacklist International to pick off Ogwin and then eventually take over. It was the tempo that Blacklist International got in the first 2 minutes, and they took care of it.
And with that, they finally find themselves to need a lead early on. It's small, but they can work with this, right? That's what they have to be able to do. Pull through, allow the gold to fall into OHEB's hands here on this Matrix. We saw this earlier today, right? In their series early, he wanted to play this hero. This is something he's wanted to play, but he knows that, hey, Beatrix, just the way she fits in the meta currently, it's really got to be the right situation. And when you pair it up with these heroes that they have, this could be that. They're off to a great start. Poke's already in the bottom lane. They're going to crash down.
Collapsing onto this gold lane tier 1. Chipping away, bombs away. OHEB gets a face full of stacks. Backing off. They're setting up for a clash in mid. But so far, it's Blacklist calling all the shots.
It's going to be, again, control for Blacklist International. But that's the thing when they play the Fredrin. They really know how to handle the lanes, handle the jungle.
Oh no. Yue picking up that decimate once more. No more shields on this gold lane. Close call, putting Ogwin down to 5th of his health.
Yeah.
Filipino sniper is here.
He's going to get checked, and that's kind of what they have to do, right? Continuing to build up the lead. Sometimes it's just, all right, let's get this extra gold, the gold plate from the turrets. Let's work around that, take the discipline route, and back off. This is also a big item pickup for Few here. Gets the necklace of Durance Wolf.
Yeah. I mean, very important for sure. But that means that APBR might just resolve to just backing down a little bit. CalTZ is not snowballing anyways for the Martis. They are same levels for Sensui as well as CalTZ, but the rest might struggle.
Big pull by Few, snagging Yue and Edward. Now from the side, look at Super Marco, stacks on the Yue, stacks on him, taking him down. That's one off the board for Blacklist. As the turtle gets reset, the split from FlapTZ, it looks like, based on how the map looks, Blacklist just letting go of this turtle, 1 for 1.
Yep, going to be the 1 for 1 in terms of the turtle, but still, they've done great work around the map to garner and keep this lead relatively still in their favor for now. APBR looking for any type of answer they can. Wow, they already get a flicker out.
OHEB, so close, surviving with about 1 HP. In comes Ogwin, the Whisker enough, using that flicker, backing on out.
And the good thing here is APBR are activating Super Marco, was actually in there during the team fight around the turtle. And then right afterwards, you know that the ultimate is cooling down. You even have the flicker to help you out. Super Marco getting a kill and then a turret. I mean, he didn't get the last hit. It was Ogwin to clean up, but that was a lot of economy that goes in their favor.
Oh no, Abun Jingjing 2v1, gets the grab onto him, displaces him, enough for CalTZ to finish the job.
And that is why the glue works. So now APBR bites back, they crawl back, they diminish the gold lead relatively to nothing.
Oh no.
And still the focus, top side.
Forcing an engage onto Ogwin, bombs away. OHEB forcing them back. Ogwin put down to 1/5 of his health. Gonna recall, but look at this. Flap might be looking for an engage. Super Marco gonna continue to clear out the waves.
That's the value of the Matilda. You can poke. You can see Ogwin utilizing the ultimate, not for kills, but for them to secure that turret up top without any exchange. APBR in the last 3 minutes of the game have found their opening and now have taken the lead back to their side.
Real quick too, power spike-wise, right? I mean, gold between the gold laners are relatively even, but the fact that Super Marco has the Malefic Roar, he's got the Blade as well, going against the Beatrix, how's this looking in terms of damage output for APBR?
100% for APBR, this is their power spike. I would dare say that until the, 10-minute mark, they have the lead. And that's one thing that they need to use. It doesn't mean that Blacklist International are going to suffer. If they just touch the fights, they just farm out, clear out the lanes, they're going to be A-okay in the latter portions of the mid-game. But for now, definitely APBR will have the better heroes suited for this turtle fight.
Little Wanderer scored, getting vision into those bushes. Now the Circling Eagle, putting Sensui at half health, knocking him up. Turtle at a third. This is about to break out. NetherRealm still intact, spent in. Blast International with the stolen one from Yue. Popping that extra health, stunning him. The ult from Renegade. And ChezyGaming looking to secure. They got shields, they got extra damage. Bounce away from OHEP, collapsing on a Blast International. Sensui with an Appraiser's Wrath, knocking Owen out. Edwards scores one, sending AP Bren packing.
Another trade here. Turtle taken. But they get a kill once again. You can really see the exchanging of blows between these two. Now the focus in the mid.
They keep going. Blacks International looking for that push. Flapteasy gets a long shot.
Wow. And obviously, Edward going for the place. Super Mario going to be found here. Very unlikely for them to kind of kill each other. And Super Marco sniffs that Paquito out. We see that AP Bren in these very long team fights where they don't have their ultimates anymore. Blacklist International will have a better shot, especially because of their sustain. And I think that was the Flapteasy read. Go into Renegade instead of going to the opposing marksman. Did not work, unfortunately.
Yeah. You have to kind of adapt, that strategy if you're AP Bren, dealing with this SS, dealing with the amount of sustainability, right? We already saw that total heal chart. It's off the charts, especially with an SS. That's typically how it goes. So either you said you build up those anti-heal items and then you overload the damage, right? That's kind of the answer here. But right now, you saw the extended fights. Blacklist International does really well with this, Leo.
And this is in 9 minutes. This is even before Renegade is able to make all the members of Blacklist International effectively Mashas, effectively X-Borgs. And here now, they're looking at about 1,000 gold ahead, approaching the 10-minute mark. Question is, gentlemen, have they hit the rubber band? This is what we were looking for in game 1 and 2.
My heart says 60% yes, I think that this is definitely Blacklist International sided, and I'm not saying just because of what the heroes that they have, but also because of the idea of the Ube, right? That is what's gonna happen. I think that AP Bren might be baited into the spot where they go in one by one again. There will come a time where this glue coming out from Flapteasy will not be as tanky as you see him. Like when he goes for Renegade, he can be taken out easily because of the Beatrix. And then what you can do is, after the NetherRealm is popped by few, you can just take it out because you have the Nibiru's Passion anyways, and then set up for more kills afterwards. And you can even see Sensui just manhandling the entirety of AP Bren by just staying in front, going for the taunts, going for the knockups, and then landing the finishing blow with the ultimate.
And going back to it, because we don't see Beatrix often, we're getting the signal, by the way. What is the power spike for Beatrix now currently? What, 2-3 items? Already have the BOD locked in. How much more do they need upon assaulting this bottom side? See if they commit.
Yeah, maybe just the Wind of Nature for the Beatrix so that he can man-fight against the Brody. And Brody might be forced into utilizing the ultimate much faster. Interesting, Demon Hunter Sword for Super Marco. Much needed in this fight where there's a lot of sustain on this side of Blacklist International.
Yeah. Now with that, Lord going to be up this time around. Relatively well, both teams contesting the early objectives, the Turtles. 2 turrets for each team as well, even space to work around with. But right now, Edward's still on the bottom side. Lord resets for now. Blacklist International not want to fully commit to it. They go ahead and buy a little more time. Malefic Roar being picked up here for Edward. So this could turn the tide of some of these fights. Again, from AP Bren, forcing out the NetherRealm is going to be crucial here, and how Yue plays around his zone as they get prepped and ready for the Lord dance.
Here we go. Lord approaching half health. Flapteasy forces you the split early on. AP Bren's initiations saying it's time to dance. Blacklist finally obliges and forces them back. Now, the dance continues.
Yep. No ult for Flap.
No ult for Flap.
Gotta watch out. Still in NetherRealm intact for both Yue and Few. Checking in that bush. They're aware. Yue is present. Lord here at half health. Sensui, Edward and Oheb taking the top lane, controlling that long bush. Flapteasy check in. No one home. Lord at half health. The dance continues.
Half health here. Still gonna go ahead and get this reset going. Both junglers taking their time. Countteasy, half health himself. It's up to AP Bren to try to put the pressure, whether that's on Yue, whether that's on Renegade.
Edward
waiting patiently.
Agent Zero might be able to burst down Kyle. The patience. Oh, he sees him, and the bomb's away, coming through. Shooter's aura out. Another round from both sides already spent. Kyle Teasy in peril, in danger. Flap Teasy coming in, forcing an ult from Renegade. The grab onto this Estes, keeping him in damage range. 4-0 with a takeout. Kyle Teasy, look at the back line, waiting for the timing on the retribution. Memory, knocking out Edward Balboa. And there's an Appraiser's Wrath, putting down AP Bren, down each to a fifth of their health. Kyle Teasy with the decimate, OHEB with the shutdown. Few taking down Yue. It's a bloodbath near the Lord Pit. OHEB the only one standing. Traded off for Kyle Teasy. AP Bren stands their ground.
They're going to go ahead and work on this Lord here, though Kyle Teasy is going to be out of the picture. OHEB, the last one alive. They're going to drive him back.
2v3, 1v3, gets the double. This is the Filipino sniper in the building. Rizal Memorial, acknowledge him.
Nevertheless, it will be AP Bren to secure the Lord. Already, Blacklist International forced out the ultimate of Flap, but at the second team fight, AP Bren was managed to reset the Lord. And then afterwards, you can see the jump coming out from Flap TZ, forcing OHEB to also flicker out. Additionally, Super Marco managed to land all of the stacks, forcing out, and then after the flicker, he lands it on the entirety of Blacklist International, taking them out with a torn apart memory. Then AP Bren with Kyle Teasy surviving with a sliver of health. Ogwin jumping in at the right time with a guiding wind, and then Few popping the ultimate as well as the right time. AP Bren, a wonderful team fight that they were able to get.
Patience upon patience, man.
Yep.
They got reserves of it, both sides.
As they got to deal with that. Still, AP Bren playing around this Lord, going down the mid, putting the pressure here, top side.
Forcing out a response as they pull Sensui in. Circling Eagle, there's another round from Yue. A lot of stacks popping those extra HP bars. Few still has his ult intact. That's the torn apart memory spent in, not enough stacks to be actually a threat as AP Bren clear out the waves. Blacks International, though, able to take care of this Lord in quick fashion. Mid lane inhibitor still standing, a third of its health left. Renegade healing up. Blacklist's cavalry, the front line still stand.
Now they make their way top side here, but Blacklist International able to hold on for now. Still OHEB, exactly where he needs to be on this Beatrix as we take a look at the items here, Wolf.
Not that behind, away from Super Marco, but we know that this is the power spike for Super Marco. Able to get 4 items, eventually gets the 5th. And then upcoming Lord, that will be critical mass for AP Bren. And I would dare say that is their only win condition right now for Blacklist. The fact that they didn't lose any of their inhibitor turrets at that Lord push, that's actually good news. Even after losing the fights, they know that they can punish. They will just have to wait for their own critical mass.
Oh, battling it out in the jungle.
Flap Teasy here, very low, might be taken out, gets the rod out of Sensui, but OHEB takes him down. That's a free pickoff. Blacks International all this while, the 12th Hall of Legends inductee, out in the long lane, taking care of this tier 2. Abun Jingjing doing work.
He has been. And just before all that, you saw the difference between the gold for the XP laners, and that's why, as they get another turret down, tier 1 in the mid lane, Edward has been doing work. Man. He is online in terms of the items. OHEB also just picked up that next item, the DHS. And this is important, right? Looking at the real-time win rate, it's 50-50 currently, as this is one of the closest so far of this series, or the closest game that we've had. Now game number 3.
And I would say Blacklist International, all they need to do is to survive the next Lord. Let's just say they lose it to AP Bren, but they defend and not get pushed by AP Bren. They will have the pendulum swinging in their favor. AP Bren, this is their last shot. They have to take this, and they have to take Blacklist International members together with them. Eventually, this Brody will not have the proper scaling against Blacklist International, and eventually Renegade will be tanky enough to survive all throughout the combo. And that means the doom of AP Bren.
Amazing. Renegade able to use that skill as a vision getter, checking in bushes. He is so deadly with the Estes, and that's an oxymoron if I've ever said that. Checking out the dance. Look at Edward again taking control of the long bush. Flap Teasy keeping guard. Lord here, a third of its health pulled away directly from Blacks International, but they don't mind. They're taking control of this pit as the Lord gets reset.
Gonna go ahead and get reset here. Blacklist International wants to go ahead and whittle down AP Bren and let them take and tank this Lord on their side. They're willing to let them do that and punish them. Also, the fact that UA still holding on to this Nether Realm, providing the damage that he has, picked up that Divine Glaive earlier on. That's the threat here for AP and why they're so hesitant for this. Again, they're trying to get in position. Edward now joining this as well. Sensui keeping the Lord between him and Kyle Teasy. Still, neither team, it's a 50-50, just like this Lord dance. As they work on these buffs, Super Marco grabbing the orange. Edward waiting patiently. Lord will get reset once again. Wolf, this is the dance.
This is the dance. Every single detail matters. Like pushing the bottom lane as well as the top lane. You can see bottom lane when AP Bren will have the advantage, but Edward tries to correct it, going for the short lane. And then who's holding on to the Lord? At this point, only Flap Daisy from AP Bren is valid to hold that. And you can see Super Marco is doing, he's attacking the Crammer.
There's a circling eagle and the taunt from Sensui. This is the point of no return. Edward coming in, revealing himself, dealing a lot of damage. The Nether Realm from a Yue. They pop the extra life bars. Lord down to a 5th of its health. They're gonna have to commit a 10th of its health. Brings that canceled out. Easy scores the Lord. The second of this game at 17 minutes. They take down Sensui. Edward surviving. Flap Easy taken out. The Filipino sniper falls. It's a shutdown. Easy hunting for Yue. Finding bodies. Bottom lane gotta get taken care of. Yue way deep behind enemy territory. No man's land for a Valentina. Gets taken out by few. It's just Edward left standing. A Lord marching in mid.
Edward left standing. Lord making its way down the mid. We're gonna take a quick look at the instant replay here. Brought to us by Katia as we get back to the game.
This is endable. AP Bren can smell it. Edward gets taken out. His immortality popped. He gets taken down. The wipeout, the Winter Trunks juggle. Sensui looking to clear. AP Bren, the world tour continues. Next stop, the grand finals.
And the Hive is alive once again. In another sweep, AP Bren will move on to the grand final to face ONIC.
They have found the opening in that Lord dance. Renegade found Sensui, found Flaptisi with the opening with a stun. Super Marco as well. Fishing out Edward and punishing that Paquito. That was a beautiful Lord dance from Baby Brent to end this game.
They adjusted quickly from the previous series, and that's exactly what they had to do. But again, what a story here for Blacklist International leading into their season, into the M5. And what they've accomplished once again, both teams. Unfortunate that one team has to go home. That's the nature of the competition. But either way, the Philippines can still be rest assured that they're in good hands tomorrow.
You see here the sportsmanship, the mutual respect, and the love these athletes share. As you can see, almost symbolically, Black is saying, AP Bren, it's up to you now.
As we get ready, once again, let's go ahead and throw it over to the stage to have our closing interviews.
Blacklist International. You had an incredible journey this M5. Unfortunately, it is not the result that you desired. Is there anything that you want to say to all your fans here and all over the world? What is your message to everybody?
Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng pumunta dito at saka sumuporta sa amin. Sorry, talo kami. Yan lang po. Thank you so much sa magsuporta.
Thank you to all who supported them and who came all the way here. They apologize for losing, but they thank you for your dedication. Blacklist International, you may now take your final bow. And everybody, one more time, Blacklist, your journey ends here. And now, our grand finalist, AP Bren. Congrats
Congratulations, AP Brand! Phew, oh my gosh. Now you go on again, your second time to go to the grand finals of the World Championship. Phew, Coach, what are you guys thinking right now? This is gonna be, well, what's gonna be different this time around?
Check ping lang yung kanina.
Check ping. Oh, okay. Coach Brand said what happened earlier, and I'm assuming that's the one with ONIC. Just check ping. Just check ping.
Ano kasi, malas yung sinabi ni Flap na 3-0 sa amin nangyari.
Oh, okay. He said it was bad luck for Flap to say 3-0 because it happened to them instead. Flap, you're going to the grand finals once again. How different is it this time?
Sobrang saya ko po kasi grand finals na. Tapos kung meron man ako natutunan, siguro wag ako mag-predict kasi ang malas eh.
He's really happy to make it to the grand finals, but if he's learned anything at all, it's to not predict because his prediction is bad luck. Coach, once again, you're going to the grand finals, one step away to getting that trophy. What are you expecting? How is it different this time? And what do you want to see from your team?
First of all, maraming salamat sa mga pumunta dito. Maraming salamat, guys. Alam ko, yung iba sa inyo, dapat nasa bahay, nag-enjoy, but you came out here to watch us perform. So maraming salamat. But second thing, congratulations to my team. Hindi ko nasasabihin, alam naman nilang proud kami sa kanila eh. So, the adjustments that we're going to make is simply rest. Kailangan na namin magpahinga kasi we have a long match tomorrow. We'll collect our thoughts and then just talk slow and take it easy. Kasi the more that we are calm, the more that we are able to perform at the highest possible level.
He thanks everyone for supporting them because a lot of you can easily watch us at home, but you came out here to support AP Brand, so he's really appreciative of that. Coach, earlier, you guys almost got game one. And then, I believe it might have affected the team mentally, is that correct? How were you able to adjust to make sure that this fight against Blacklist International, you were able to do a clean game and with a great sweep to make sure that the grand finals is yours?
For Blacklist, since we've been playing against them for a very long time, I think we adjusted really well in terms of like preparation. It was easier for us to prepare for Blacklist than ONIC Indonesia. So I think that's one of the top things that happened back there. Second of all, I think Blacklist they're still good. It's just that there's something lacking at the moment. I can't pinpoint what it is, but for sure they'll find it. Matagal na naming tinitingala ang Blacklist. They're able to do all these wonderful miracles for their players. So hopefully they bounce back stronger. And one final message for Blacklist. Kayo muna. Try namin i-defend yung crown.
You're gonna try to defend the crown. One last time. One last question. How are you going to make sure that what happened earlier with ONIC will not happen again tomorrow?
Pupuntahan ko si Yeb sa kwarto niya.
You're gonna go to Coach Yeb's room.
Tapos lalasingin ko.
And then you're gonna get him drunk. And final message to the fans. Actually, Caltisi, Super Marco, the mic is yours. Final message to everyone who came out here to support you.
Thank you sa mga pumunta rito. Tapos sa mga agents dyan.
Woo! Thank you to everybody. Thank you to the agents. All right, everybody. When I say AP, you all say Brand. AP? Congratulations, AP Brand. You may now take your bow. You're heading to the grand finals. What a phenomenal game by AP Brand. So we're gonna break that down for you. So we're gonna go back to our casters. Pasok.
Imagine the M5 World Championship, such a long journey, being in the grand finals. How does it feel? Woo. Woo indeed. And Flap, here's the thing, I feel, man. Something about the predictions, man, don't do it.
Don't do it.
I felt it. I felt it. You haven't had the curse. You got it right. You called it for Bren.
Yep, I was calling it for Bren. I was hoping that this would be the entire series, but as Coach Ducky mentioned, again, Blacklist seemed to be missing something this time around, and obviously we're trying to pinpoint what exactly it is. We'll do our best, everybody, but again, he's right. There was something missing in this upcoming matchup. Let's talk about a couple of things, like the MVP, for an example, of this match. LaFell, come on, we can both agree it's this dude, right?
Here's the thing, I kind of hope it's Flap, because he made plays, man. He made plays, and the MVP of the game is gonna go over to Super Marco 405. Do we have to say, he entered a team fight way earlier. I watched his items. The moment he had 2 items, he went for that second turtle.
I'm telling you, all this gym work that Coach Ducky is making his players go through, it adds up. He's feeling confident, and more importantly so, he's using his escape tools to cover distances that he shouldn't be covering in front of enemy front lines.
We're gonna look at the highlights, but I do want to talk about the EXP laners for both EXP laners, because Edward just now played beautifully, but Flap, that one time he was able to use the split, get onto Renegade, that was the turning point, man. But for now, we got to look at the highlights and see how fast Super Marco joined the team fight.
Yep, I mean, Super Marco, he's playing extremely aggressively. He's trying to make sure that his power spike is absolutely worth it every single time, and he gets close on these moments as well. You can see how eager he is to win and create that snowball. But oh man, when we come down to these Lord dances, it is a struggle for both sides.
Yeah, and again, it's just the win goes over to APBR just because Super Marco, again, dishing the damage. But the entire team setting it up for him, because we got to talk about the draft here coming in from Blacklist. This is their draft. This is textbook Blacklist International, and they played way better than Game 1 and Game 2. But again, just like Coach Ducky said, they faced against Blacklist all the time. They know how to fight this.
I mean, let's talk about some of the good things about Blacklist's overall lineup, right? It's about maintaining battle lines. It's about pushing and pulling against your opponent and exhausting their resources as much as they can. But here's the thing. When APBR locked in that Farmers, that's atypical. We've seen many teams go against Blacklist International's Queen Estes, of course, by having the call Altar at the time, now known as the Netherrealm. They changed it up. Because they have that Farmers, they have access to glue. And what's glue great at? Sticking on you and cutting off your lines of retreat, laying it down. The only mistake that Blacklist could have done is if their main carries stuck too close to their front lines, and that was the opportunity that APBR took advantage of.
Let's talk about Super Marco. The way that he set it up, he really wants to deal the damage very, very early on. Assassin Emblem, Rupture, Master Assassin, the Quantum Charge is both offensive as well as defensive. He's making sure that he wins the lane. This is one of those moments where Super Marco is saying, team, I'm going to be the carrier of this game. You guys just back me up, and they did back him up.
Yep, they really did back him up. And the way that they're peeling for him, right, both teams kind of want to do the exact same thing. And you would imagine that at the very least with Yue on this Valentina, that he finds more value in this, well, in this case, Netherrealm on top of having the additional heal from the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. So why did it start to crumble? A lot of it just comes down to the plays that are being made. Ogwin, in these cases, he doesn't really need to do much. It's just the pushing and pulling. He's not looking to engage.
And again, I kind of feel like in this game, OHEB is the key for victory for Blacklist International, but having few Flap as well as Ogwen misplacing him, making sure that he's in a bad position, because I still remember the last team fight around Lord, he was way out of line. He was way too in front and gave a lot of resources for APBR to go in.
Exactly. It's the value of the little globules coming in from glue. The moment he touches it and you are stunned, that's the go time for the side of APBR. That's why we're seeing that the rich guy and the carry is going over to Super Marco, and why the sandbag most of the time is going to be Sensui. Once he latches on with the split onto Sensui's side, he's trying to pull him away from everybody, force Blacklist International to use resources by clumping up, whether they like it or not.
Let me just say Super Marco is my personal goal laner when it comes to having the best players for our draft, right? But now we're going to look at the damage dealt here. 88,000 damage coming in from Super Marco. Quite a stark difference going up against OHEB, 52,000. We got to consider that OHEB using the Beatrix, you have a lot of ways to dish out the damage, especially AoE damage. Now, I saw a lot of the Bennett's Rage was able to be avoided thanks to Ogwen with the Guiding Wind. So I kind of feel like in this game, they really play around OHEB, making sure that OHEB doesn't deal easy damage.
Oh, for sure. Because we were expecting maybe Benedetta was going to be the play for Edward, but instead, actually, Paquito is the more efficient pick here with shorter cooldowns and a more clean way to actually peel enemies off of your backline. I think this was a very good decision coming in from Blacklist International. The only problem with this is once they run out of steam, how else are they going to maintain the battle lines, right?
Yeah, and here's the thing. Their lineup is a 4-1 formation. Having Edward on a solo lane or the long lane and then everyone else moving together is the way they want to play. The bad thing is, for that composition to work, the 4 needs to win against the 5. Unfortunately, they couldn't win. And because of that, AP Brand, they really made sure that the numbers matter. Having 5 against 4, winning that 5 against 4 made it so that Edward has to step away from his job. It's like, I want to stay in the silence, but I can't. I got to help out my team.
Yeah, I mean, the conditions to winning was very, very narrow. And as Wolf mentioned in the cast itself, you know, every detail matters when you start walking in for these big Lord fights, the Lord dances, as we like to say. It was, again, a beautiful game coming up from both teams.
Again, we got to look at the brackets because here's the thing. We got one more match in this M5 World Championship. And my, oh my, it's going to be the grand finals between ONIC going up against AP Brand.
I mean, we saw them battle it once. Some people are going to think it's going to be a repeat again, but history keeps telling us whoever comes from that lower brackets, there's something inside of them that's just different.
They're hungrier. They felt defeat before, and they say, never again. Never again attitude. But again, ONIC, we saw how they have that attitude as well.
Oh, yeah.
They lost in the first game very hard, but they still find a way to come back. We got to look at the schedule coming up for tomorrow, where 5:30 p.m. is going to be the grand finals. And after this best of 7, we'll see who is the new world champion.
I can't wait. It's going to be the most epic championship Sunday we have had this entire year. Indonesia going up against the Philippines once more. A classic all-time favorite.
Let me just say, even though we're both Malaysians, but this is going to be fun to watch.
This is going to be a great game, of course. And let's keep in mind, right, AP Brand, their initial preparation against ONIC didn't go too well. Now, hopefully, given enough time, maybe they can break the free-form, free-flow style of ONIC.
Let me just say, this entire M5 has been an amazing journey. After back-to-back best of 5 series, we have finally determined our M5 World Championship Grand Finalists. And none of this would have been possible without our sponsors. Thank you very much, because the M5 World Championship is powered by Moonson, presented by Kadia, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, the official supply partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. I can't emphasize how thankful we are with the support coming in from our sponsors, making it so that this M5 World Championship is as grand as it is. Now, I want to say thank you very much, Gideon, for being with me for this panel. But now we got to end the show, because again, the faster we go to sleep, the faster we get to tomorrow, the faster we can see the grand finals. But before that, we're going to the stage with Mara Aquino to close the show. So Mara, it's your turn, and see you tomorrow.
We started the second last day of the M5 World Championship with 4 teams. And now we are down to the final 2. ONIC of Indonesia and AP Brand of the Philippines are heading to the grand finals. To quickly recap, we started our triple header with the Code Breakers, ending the Cinderella run of the Dark Horses from EECA. The Filipino sniper OHEB got his hands on his signature Beatrix to send Deus Vult back home. And right after that, we got to determine our first M5 grand finalist. ONIC firmly reminded AP Brand why they are recognized as the Sky Kings. Keyboy's MVP propelled the Indonesians to their first ever M Series Grand Finals appearance. And the lower bracket finals, it was just like the finals of MPL, where APBR fought against Blacklist International. But APBR was really hungry to go to the grand finals, sending Blacklist International home with a sweep. And now we determined the two strongest team of the entire world. Tomorrow, our grand finalists will be between Indonesia and the Philippines. ONIC versus APBR. So you don't want to miss that. We'll see you tomorrow, only here. Once again, my name is Mara Aquino, reminding everybody who's in the pursuit of victory to be better than great. See you tomorrow, everybody, and keep it good vibes.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can get me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na, and you know I hold the power. You're feeling the love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, don't change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher.